Good morning to you and welcome to this 18th edition of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru. The stage is set here on Cubbon Road for fabulous racing. This is the richest 10K in the world and the elite are going to be racing for that big money. Fantastic elite fields. They're so fast on the men's and women's international side, and the best of the Indians are here as well, and they're getting better and better each year. There are record numbers amongst the masses. The weather is going to be hot, hot, hot. The racing is going to be superb here. Stick around for what's coming at you now, because there could be course records.
Hello and good morning. It is the iconic Field Marshal Sam Manekshaw Parade Ground. This is the TCS World 10K Bengaluru 2026, the 18th edition, and it is a very, very good morning to each and every one of you. I'm Ridhima Pathak, and I'll be your host from the start to the finish line. And Indigo Bengaluru, which is Forever Bengaluru, which is the theme of the 18th edition. And it's start to kickstart this gorgeous morning. Let me introduce my partner in crime here is Tim Hutchings, one of the most recognized voices in the sport of distance running. It's a good morning. We just saw your energy pumping up the crowds that are going to assemble for this iconic morning.
Yeah, that was obviously shot a few minutes ago. I don't know about partner in crime. I'm looking forward to some very, very positive, good news this morning here in Bengaluru, because the course is quick. The athletes are ready. The currency of the sport of road racing is all about times. And I think these athletes are hungry for it. We've been in the hotel with them for the last couple of days, and they really are ready to race.
And it is a rather deep field that we have here in the TCS World 10K 18th edition. Let's take a quick look at the line of events and the events that we've got for you. It's 5 races, and it would be blood and sweat throughout the streets of Bengaluru. We kick off with the World 10K Women at 5:30 a.m., then World 10K Men at 6:08 a.m., Open 10K and Police Cup at 6:10 a.m., Champions with Disability, I call them Champions with Determination, 8 a.m., and you've got the Senior Citizens Run, 8 a.m., and the Maja Run. That's the fun. That's where we get you all the juice that we've got in Bengaluru, the streets, where people, of course, dress up and come up with what is really core to them. Well, with that, Tim, 18th edition, we've come a long, long way here in Bengaluru. It's the 10K. It is a shorter format, but look how far we've come. We've got 25% women participation, and we started when there were hardly any.
No, I think you're right. I mean, obviously, we've had, 21 Mumbai marathons now, 42 kilometres. This is 10K. This is virtually a sprint, Ridhima. And yes, it has moved on enormously. If I think back 18 years ago when I came to the first one of these, even though I haven't been here for a couple of years, this has grown out of all recognition. It is a huge race now. And the elite field, the calibre of the elite athletes, I cannot believe. We've got 4 men here who have broken 27 minutes. We've got 5 women who have broken 30 minutes. There's only a very few in the world who have reached these standards before. Let's have a look at some of these athletes. The sub-27-minute men. Harbert Kibet, Gemichu Dida from Ethiopia, Rodrigue Quizera from Burundi, and Tadesse Worku from Ethiopia. Of course, they're all from East Africa. They are running beasts, these guys. They love to race. And the best of the women, well, Brenda Jepchirchir is here. So is Claire and Diwa. These are the sub-30 women, 5 of them out there. Chaltu Dida, Weda Kefale, and Janet Chepengetic. Really, really strong elite women's field there. Course records could be under enormous threat, Ridhima.
Yeah, let's take a look at that and take me through what do these numbers really mean on this course.
Well, 27:38 by Nicholas Kipkore. That was 4 years ago now. That is kind of out of date, and there's several men here today who can beat that time by 30 seconds or more. So that record is under threat. Irene Cheptai, 30:35. That is quick. Relatively speaking, that's probably a better time for the elite women, but there's certainly plenty of them capable of getting under that.
Right. Well, very quickly, we'll take a look at the Indian elite men and women as well. Now, there is interesting competition there as well. But what we've just put into context in terms of the international elite men is the fact that you've got 5 of them sub-27 and the rest 5 are close to 27-20. But let's take a look at the elite men and women in the Indian category that we have here.
In the span of a few weeks, 2 Indian distance runners did something historic. Gulveer Singh ran a half marathon in under 60 minutes, a barrier no Indian had ever broken. And Sawan Barnwal shattered a 48-year-old national marathon record by over a minute. In distance running, these are what breaking 10 seconds is. For the 100 meters, the line that separates the good from the genuinely world-class. But this moment did not arrive out of nowhere. India worships the visible athlete. The distance runner has long survived in the margins, living one sunrise at a time. Running because something inside refused to stop. Thanks to India's 4 marquee road races, the country's best found a stage to compete against the world's finest across the marathon, half marathon, 25K and 10K. Over 2 decades, runners like Ram Singh Yadav, Lalita Babar, Sudha Singh, Nitendra Singh Rawat, Gopi T and Avinash Sable pushed the boundaries of what Indian distance running could achieve. With a new generation of athletes like Kartik Karkera, Parul Chaudhary, Abhishek Pal and Sanjivani Jadhav in the mix, Indian distance running is finally speaking a language the world understands. From unsung sports hostels to primetime TV, Indian distance running is no longer waiting for one extraordinary outlier. It is building the depth to produce many.
Sawan Barwal and Gurmeet Singh, these two names really stand out just in terms of what they've achieved in the last couple of months. Put into context, Sawan Barwal, of course, in that 1500 meter, 3.36, 3 hours 36 minutes. How fast is that?
3 minutes 36 seconds. It's worth about a 3:52 mile. So you think about the 4-minute mile is still quite special. 3:52 is super fast. But Gulveer Singh is the man to beat here today. I mean, he has run world-class times on the track, who can compete with the very best of the Africans. So I think what's important is that youngsters, in every sport, youngsters need heroes to look up to. They need mentors. And that's what Indians have got now, Indian youngsters.
Well, you know, we were talking about youngsters, but I have to tell you that the story of the Indian distance running wouldn't be complete if there was this one particular man who didn't stand up for this sport. It's Shivnath Singh. Let's take a look.
It's been 48 years since a national marathon record stood like a mountain in Indian distance running. 2 hours and 12 minutes, set by Shivnath Singh. 48 years, one record. It survived generations and became more than a record. It became a standard of courage. Shivnath was world-class long before India had the language to say it. He believed he belonged with the best in the world and ran like it. He ran through adversity, through bereavement, through the loneliness of the long-distance runner. Half a century later, Sawan Barnwal has moved the clock by 2 seconds. But Shivnath's spirit still leads the way. His legacy, not erased, but completed. Here's celebrating a statement of excellence that survived generations, surfaces, shoes, and dreams. In an era without science, sponsorship, or support systems, here's celebrating Shivnath Singh.
48 years, huh? But, you know, the sport of distance running in India has come a long way ever since Shivnath Singh took on the field. After Shivnath Singh, the one thing that has been on the rise, it's women participation. And one of that women would be participating here, eyeing an hat-trick. Who is she? Take a look.
In a race with the world's best, one Indian woman has made this city her home. Asian Championships medalist, World University Games silver medalist, a runner who has taken on the world and stood tall. But it is here, on these roads, where she has written her greatest story. 2018, she didn't just win, she shattered the course record. Then she came back, 2024, champion again. Nobody could stop her. 3 titles, 3 victories on these very roads. Back-to-back defending champion, course record holder, the greatest Indian woman to ever run this race. Can she do it again? Can Bengaluru witness the hat trick and the 4th crown? The Queen doesn't just return, she defends.
And will she be defending this morning? I guess we'll all see and look for it. She is eyeing a hat-trick at Sanjivani Jadhav. But apart from that, if you just have to take an alibi of how far the sport of distance running has come through in this particular city, it's through the mushrooming of various run clubs. And some of those run clubs, to be exact, it's 5 run clubs, will be locking horns in an activity that we'll be doing post-race where they'll power 5 of their participants in something called as breaking carbs. There's plenty of things that we are looking forward to, especially in these breaking carbs. These are the following run clubs that will participate, and it is the clash of the run clubs. For the reason is because there'll be squats, there'll be all kinds of things. There'll be the tree pose, there'll be burpees, there'll be also lunges, the fast lunges. But just talking about run clubs, the fact that now India has so many run clubs, Tib, and we've spoken about how far India has come in the sport of distance running. When it comes to Asian Championships, the kind of medals that we're getting, all of that, how do you see the rise of it in India?
Well, you know, clubs are the foundation of any sport. You know, in the UK and England, we have thousands of running clubs, athletics clubs, and they are the absolute layer that everything else is built on. We talk about standing on the shoulders of giants. Running clubs are critical to the growth of Indian running in years to come.
And if you're looking at this particular broadcast and thinking that how can I participate if I'm not running? Well, I've got something for you. All you've got to do is scan and win. What is that? Well, I'm going to show you a QR code. As you see now, you've got to scan this and you start answering the following questions in our WhatsApp bot. And this is how it works. This is the first question. The TCS World 10K Bengaluru is held during which month of the year? Is it Feb? Is it March? Is it April? Or is it May? The second question is what is the ethos of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru 2026? Is it Forever Bengaluru? Is it Always Bengaluru? Is it Together Bengaluru? Or is it Run Bengaluru? If you're watching our broadcast early morning, then you know the answer. The next one is on which date will the 2026 edition of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru be held? Will it be April 12th? Will it be May 10th? Will it be April 26th? Or will it be May 24th? You got to answer them. And at sharp 8:30 a.m., this is where the WhatsApp bot shuts down. This is your last time to participate, and we'll announce 5 lucky winners. These lucky winners will, of course, get 2 nights stay at the Windsor Hotel, and you also get merchandise. Well, with that, let's take a look at the elite athletes, shall we? We looked at the elite, which are sub-27. Now, Tim, what are we looking at now?
Well, we're looking at the elite women who get underway in, about 3 minutes' time. But these athletes will be fierce and fast. They have got a pacemaker for the first half of the race or so. Fentai Pralaine, Sarah Chalangat there, Mariam Litnyok-Joki and Veronica Lolio. It's very, very hard to pick out a winner of these women because they are all super fast. And they will be keying off each other. They'll be keying off the pacemaker who'll lay down the early pace.
Well, that's the elite women for you. The race is about to kick off in just a bit. Here's a look at the Indians. Sanjivani Jadhav here today eyes a hat-trick. You've got Full and Pal, you've got Kavita Yadav, Ujjala, Jyoti and Kavita. Well, with that, let's take a look at what's happening at the start line because the race is about to kick off. Here they are, the elite women, both international and Indian.
Yes, looks like a relatively small field, doesn't it? But there will be some fierce racing amongst these women. For the Indians, of course, looking for national pride and maybe a course record. And for the international elite, well, they'll be looking to break records here as well. The race record is 30 minutes 35. If they can get down below that, it'll be very special indeed. The record is 4 years old. They're due off in about a minute's time. The VIP's ready there on the start line. Nervous moments these for the elite athletes. They've been warming up, jogging around for the last 20 or 30 minutes. When it's this warm, about 24, 25 degrees, you don't need much warm-up. You just need to stretch and get the your blood temperature up a little bit, and then it absorbs more oxygen. That's the point of a warm-up. But psychologically, too, they go through that process that they're so used to.
Right, but we've shown you the fastest, but a deep field always produces an upset. Are we looking for an upset? I guess we'll just find out. But the energy is gearing up here at the Sam Manekshaw Stadium, where you've got the elite women all set, and this is where we kick off the race.
Well, away they go. That pre-race count seems to be still 2 or 3 seconds out, but they've gone. They must have heard the gun. And it'll be interesting to see if the pacemaker does take them out here at the required pace. It's Tigis Tessema, the young Ethiopian, who's going to lead them out. And they're going out at course record tempo here. That is 30:35. So they need to get to 5K halfway. Not much outside 15:10, 15:15. And therefore, clearly, they need to be moving at around 3 minutes and 3 seconds per kilometre. We'll try to bring you those splits as often as we can to give you the progress of the race at the front end of the race. But we shall see. If they have to, you know, in all races, I think, Redim, you have to remember the athletes have to be prepared to grab the bull by the horns and really wrestle with it to attack the course record.
And the kind of distance that we're looking at, this is exactly where we see some of the most close finishes, would you reckon? And a 10K distance here, Tim?
Yeah, by definition, I suppose, because the shorter the distance gets, the closer the finish is going to be. We've all seen 100-metre races won by a millimetre, you know, literally the thickness of a vest. But, yeah, the international elite women will, of course, separate themselves very quickly from the Indian women. But these Indian women, well, there's a lot of pride at stake, big prize money as well. And I'm intrigued to see how well they go here. The course record by Kavita Raut is 34:32. We should be able to have a look at the prize money pretty shortly, but it's very, very big indeed. As I said earlier, the richest 10K in the world, the highest prize money anywhere.
The richest and the biggest. And since you've intrigued about the prize money, I'm going to get you the numbers here. Let me tell you, it's 210K USD on the line. Let's take a look at the International Elite Women prize money. Let me tell you, it's gender pay parity, so men and women get the same amount. First position, $26,000. Number 2 is $17,000. Number 3 is $10,000. The top 10 are in the money. A total prize pool for the International Elite Women is $72,000. And there is also a certain bonus if you break the course record. On the other side, the Indian Elite prize money is 3 lakhs for the first prize, is 2,25,000 for the second, is 1,50,000 for the third, an additional 1 lakh if you break the national record here of the 10K, of the TCS 10K here in Bengaluru, a total prize pool of 10,85,000. Well, with that, since in 2026 we're back in Bengaluru for the TCS World 10K, let's take a quick look at the course map as well and the direction in which the race would be heading here. We're literally covering every landmark here in Bengaluru.
Yes, exactly. Well, there's a bit of a downhill to begin with as they head down a Cubbon Road there, and then they cut across towards Ulster Lake. Beautiful lake, which has been drained recently, but it normally has 4 small islands in it. It's popular for walking and jogging. It's like the lungs of the city. It's a bit of quiet and peace down there. Bit of an uphill there, back up towards Cubbon Road, around 5K. And then they head out towards the western end of the course. They turn earlier than last year, although they do go past Vidana Sauda. And then they take that U-turn at just after 7K, back onto Cubbon Road, a little dogleg there, down towards the past the High Courts, the Chinnaswamy Cricket Stadium on their left there as they take that right at 9K, and then that long straight down towards the finish line. The last 300 metres, slightly downhill, a very fast finish. And it is a quick course overall. 1 or 2 little lumps and bumps, but actually a very welcoming circuit for the athletes.
Which part of that course would be challenging for the athletes?
I think coming up, you can see to run 3 to 4K, there's a slight climb actually between 4 and 5K up Dickinson Road, where they will be, there's a slight climb, but not a severe one. If the pacemaker can get them through to 5K, that sets them on their way.
Well, it's 7 women sub-30, the deepest women's field this race has ever seen. We took a look at the 7 women who are sub-30. Now, who's your biggest challenger for the International Elite Women to be challenging this course here?
Ooh, I think Brenda Chirchir is the world number 2 this year. I mean, to get her here is such a privilege. 29:25 she ran in Valencia, and it was only a few weeks ago in Spain that she did that. Indeed, she's had 2 10Ks this year, and she's won them both in very, very fast times. She was at college in the USA for a year, then she became so good she turned professional and left college in the USA, the 20-year-old Kenyan. What is striking about this elite women's field on the international side is how young they are, Redeemer. You know, there's 19 years old, there's 20-year-old, 22-year-olds. Chaltu Dida, her third year of racing internationally, 3 10Ks already this year, and she's gone incredibly quickly in each of those. And I think when athletes race 3 or 4 times and the results come through good again and again, that gives you enormous confidence. You know, your fitness is right, your preparations are right.
Just like Sanjivani Jadhav would be feeling right now, because she's challenging a hat-trick. Going for the hat-trick, she's won it in 2024, 2025, debut marathon winner of the TMM 2026, and has won across all pro-cam distance running events. She is the elite pro-cam slammer. Says a lot about the Indian athlete.
It does indeed, yeah. That consistency to get the Pro-Cam Slam, all those 4 races within 1 calendar year, is very special. There you can see Tessema, the lead athlete. She is the pacemaker in the white vest, tall and actually perfect if there's any breeze about, and I don't think there is much.
Well, we'll be waiting for them. We're 5 minutes into the race, almost 6 minutes into the race. It is a gorgeous morning. This is the kind of energy that we look forward to. This is where we start off the year, where you've got Bengaluru, 10K short distance. But having said that, there is plenty of action on the field. 5 races. You've got the champions of disability. You've got the senior citizens run. There is just so much energy. And if we take a look at the Indian women who are racing here, apart from Sanjivani Jadhav, who do you think can cause an upset?
I think Lily does. Could be very good. She won the Delhi Half Marathon a couple of years ago. She was second here last year amongst the Indian women. Bhagirathi could go well too here. Seema. You know, there's 4 or 5 of them who are... I mean, I think this is where the sport has moved on. If you go back to some of the footage we saw about 10 minutes ago, we saw sort of legendary Indian athletes from 6, 8, 10 years ago. They were virtually the only ones. But now you've got a pack of top Indian women and men as well racing against each other. And there's nothing better than good domestic competition to raise standards.
It indeed is. And just talking about the race that we've got today, the kind of participants that we have, it's over 36,800, out of which 4,000 will be participating virtually. And we'll be keeping an eye out for that as well, because you can download the TCS World 10K app and participate virtually. The participation is still open. Having said that, you've got participants from all around the world here, whether it's US, UK, Germany, Kenya, Uganda, UAE, Australia, Germany, Japan, Tanzania, and more. That's what we're looking at. We're back to the international elite women.
Well, we are, but they're going so quickly that Tessema in the white vest there, back in about 5th or 6th, she's getting swallowed up by the pack. It doesn't look like she's going to be able to stay at the front end. But Brenda Jepchirchir looking very strong there at the front. Yes, Jepchirchir in the dark strip there, closest to the camera, is applying the pressure here. She's never run for Kenya yet. She is only 20 years old, but she's never had the pleasure or privilege of pulling on a Kenyan vest. And a lot of these athletes, remember, the Kenyans in particular, and the Indians, are looking to impress selectors and get into the Commonwealth Games team, which is in Scotland in July.
So this is one thing that has intrigued me. Here's of course the split that we see at the 2.5 kilometers. Take me through that.
Well, 2.5K, 8:07. Is that 8:07?
8:05, 8:06 now.
7:25, sorry, 7:25. Well, if you quadruple that, you're getting what? 14:50, that's 28, that's 29:40. So that is right on course record pace. Indeed, it's inside course record pace. They've gone off super fast. Now, we do know there's a bit of downhill in the early couple of kilometres, so things will average out, but this is really promising.
And who's taking the lead at 2.5K?
Well, it looks like it's Brenda Jepchirchir there in the darkest vest near the camera. There you can see the event record pace is 7:37. The current leader, 7:25 at 2.5K. They're way inside course record.
Yep. We'll also get you the 5K split, but we'll take a short break here. You stay tuned. There's plenty of action coming your way. The women's has just kicked off, but there's plenty and plenty more runners who'll take on the streets of Bengaluru. You stay tuned.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
Yeah. Now I'm Bengaluru with a grind, no sleep. India is deep, now the whole world peep. 10K on the clock, lace tight, no breaks. City on fire, every move we make. Forever for good, forever we pace. Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you, forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
Hello and welcome back. It's World 10K. Bengaluru is the 18th edition, and let me tell you that this is it. It's the warm-up for the Open 10K. 10 kilometers between who you are right now and who you really want to become. There are a lot of questions that you put in your mindset, but all those questions need to be answered. And as you gear up for the Open 10K, let me tell you, it is going to be energy here at the Bengaluru streets. And with that, we're taking a look at the Indian elite women, and you have Sanjivani Jadhav way ahead. Rest of the pack.
Way ahead, and it's not surprising because she's been a very convincing winner both last year and the year before, as you've said, Redeemer, going for a hat-trick here, and she is blasting round the circuit here. She's actually going around the Alsur Lake here and has built a lead. It looks on her compatriots of about 60 or 70 metres there. Takes a sharp left-hand turn there. I think she's at about 3.5K.
Well, there are no surprises there because you had all eyes on Sanjivani Jadhav, just the kind of record that she's set on this 10K. We're back to the international elite women, and we see a bit of a clash here.
Well, we see a clash, but what's interesting is that they are flying. I know that they've gone through 3 kilometres in 8:57, so they're going at under 3 minutes per kilometre. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to work out that they're under 30-minute tempo, and the event record is 30:35. So they are tearing around the streets here, and it's really good to see them closely bunched here, and it looks like others are contributing, making the effort at the front. You know, you want to see people hungry to get to the front and push the pace along.
Yes, they're chasing the finish line like they owe it something. That's exactly how they're chasing it. Long strides, strong strides. There's the international elite women here. We have plenty of action coming your way. We're just a few kilometers down of the 10K, 13 minutes, 33 seconds into the race. That's international elite women for you. Well, we've spoken about the fact that the lady who can cause an upset. But who are your top 3 picks that you're keeping an eye out for?
Crikey. I think Brenda Chepchirchir there, who is in the centre there at the front. And you know, the clock doesn't lie. People have run very fast times and consistently. Those are the athletes you have to look at. Claire Ndiwa, the 22-year-old. She's only been around for a couple of years, but she was third in Valencia back in January in 29:49. So she's had good recent form. And actually, Chaltu Dida of Ethiopia is just 19, and her personal best, 29:50, came in the middle of February. So again, very recent form from her. But they've just gone through 4K in 12:03. So that 4th kilometre, a little bit slower. There is a slight uphill there, and it'll be interesting to see their 5K time because that was where there is the biggest uphill. But they're still way inside course record tempo.
Yep. And just to take a little note from what you spoke about Beatrice, she gets this steeplechase endurance here into this particular race.
Yeah, steeplechases are a special breed. It's a really, really tough event on the track. You know, it's 3,000 metres, 7.5 laps. You have to get over those barriers and maintain a good tempo in between. So I always admire steeplechases. I think they've got a different mentality. And if you can take that toughness to the roads, then you will be special.
It is. Which part of the course did you say would be the easiest and would work out for these athletes to start to work their way into the race, where they'll go rather fast?
Well, they're on a gradual uphill here, so they're coming up towards the 5-kilometre point, the halfway point, just over 15 minutes on the clock. And we knew that this would be there would be a slight slowing here, but it flattens out after this. And then the second half of the race is mostly flattish. So they've just gone through 5K there, and that 5K split 15-18. We expected that to be, unofficially 15-18, we expected that to be the case. And then I think the second half will be quicker. But that's what you call negative splits, when they come back in the second half quicker than the first half.
So these races, since we touched upon the fact that, you know, all of them would be preparing for the Commonwealth Games. Here's the split, by the way, Tim, that we were talking about at 5K.
Yeah, 15-19, the official split there. That's still great running. That puts them on schedule for what? If they were to double that, 30-38, well, the race record is 30-35, so they're pretty much spot on it. But they've got the hard running done. The big hill is done.
Big hill is done. That is the 5K split that we were just looking at. And, well, we spoke about these athletes gearing up for the Commonwealth Games. How do these particular races prep them for the big stage?
Well, assuming they want to do the 5,000 or 10,000 metres on the track at the Commonwealth Games, this is, you know, these athletes are now in a block of training which is really, really big. Lots of high mileage, building up that strength and endurance. It's like laying the foundation for a pyramid. And then as you get sharper and sharper towards the tip of the pyramid, you reduce your volume of training and you do more speed work in training. So you're just sharpening up for those track races.
Right. Well, there's a lot that goes on into putting up a race like this. Those colors that you see, right, coming into the camera, these are our cameramen on the bikes that are following the international elite women. And it's not just that. Imagine the magnitude of this event where you've got 36,800 participants, the kind of security that you need, the kind of philanthropy work that you need, the kind of volunteering that you need to get a race like this on the track. And all of this goes to one nerve center. That's the command center. We've got a reporter there getting us all the details.
The streets of Bengaluru are alive right now for the TCS World 10K. But while the city is cheering, Pratik Acharya from ProCam and the team are here at the Nerve Center ensuring everything's right on track. Hi Pratik, tell us how's it going here?
Hi Nicole, hi. Bengaluru is a city of runners. And today we are monitoring every inch of our 10-kilometer course in real time. Here in our command center, we get high definition feeds from the start line to all the way through the greenest parts of the city. With more than 35,000 participants out there, our core objective is to ensure that the race is smooth, safe and record-breaking. We are in constant sync with our city police and medical responders to ensure that the spirit of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru remains flawless from the first run to the very last.
That's impressive. Thank you very much, Pratik. The brain of this race is firing from all cylinders. Bengaluru, keep running. We're watching. We'll catch you at the finish line.
They indeed are firing from all cylinders, Nicole. Just the way you put it is because we were taking a look at the times, and they are pretty much on time to at least challenge the course record that we've got here. 18 minutes, 22 seconds into the race. And we've passed through various parts of Bengaluru. Exactly, if we take a look at the course map, which part at 6 kilometers are we eyeing here on the course map?
Well, 6 kilometres now. They're towards the western end of the course. They're still on Cubbon Road. Then they take a left and head down towards the assembly building of Karnataka, the Vidhana Sauda. There's Sanjivani Jadhav, the lone warrior. She's out on her own, Jadhav, and looking very, very strong. It would help her, of course, to have somebody with her, if it's not a male pacemaker, because this is a women's-only race. Don't forget that women's racing, there's sort of two categories. There's races where they run mixed, and they have men alongside them, which helps them run faster. And then there's women-only races. So this is a women's-only race, and it makes Jadhav's journey here on her own for pretty much the whole race pretty lonely, and it's tougher that way.
Yeah, I can imagine, because you want to look back or have some comfort looking at least if not a competitor pacemaker, but she's taken on the streets all by her own. There's a huge gap between her and the rest of the field. Sanjivani Jadhav here eyeing a hat-trick. What has really stood out over the years that you've seen Sanjivani Jadhav, of course, taking on the trophy in the 2024 and 2025 race? Apart from that, her debut TMM marathon that she competed in 2026. What has really stood out for you about Sanjivani Jadhav?
I suppose her consistency, her steady progress. Yes, you're right. She made her debut at the marathon in Mumbai back in January. She was the winner there. Her time 2:49. That's knocking on the door of international class. And she's a really good example of an athlete now who needs to spread her wings. Needs to get races internationally. It would be great to see her come to the UK and running good races there, where she'd be really dragged out to quicker times.
That'd be really good to see. It would be really good to see an Indian of this caliber to be competing in international races, which she already is, but taking on further marathons all across the world. You've got the Indian elite on one side, on the other side you've got the international elite women. When do they really start to push the medal?
Well, so I'm hearing from information on the course that Brenda Jepchirchir is the one that's pushing the tempo here. She's really working hard to try and break the others. They've gone through 6K in 18:25, so that sixth kilometre was what, a 3:10, and now it's flattening out, and you can see that the pack that was what, 7 or 8 strong a few minutes ago, down to 4. And she will carry on doing this now, Brenda Jepchirchir, to the left in the dark strip. You know, distance running is a game of patience. If you go to the front and you push the tempo, you've just got to keep telling yourself you're hurting the others. They might be running alongside you, they might be running behind you, but you've got to tell yourself they're hanging on and that you are hurting them. It's like boxing. You pound away, and eventually your opponent submits.
You've been in the sport of distance running. You're an Olympian yourself. How do you conquer a mindset like that, though? How do you keep telling yourself? How do you keep throwing in the punch till the very last minute?
Well, you learn it in training. It comes from the hard work. You know, hill repetition, where you do sprints up the same hill. You do your long runs to build the strength, the endurance. You do a huge variety of training where you're really working the heart and lungs hard, building the muscles. The speed and endurance balance between those two is very, very hard to get right.
Right. International elite women, this is going to be interesting. Do you expect a quick and a close finish here in the international elite women, Tim?
Yes, I do. They've gone through
the Vidhan Sada
7K in 21:30, yeah, and they will be making a U-turn very shortly. They've gone through 7K 21:30, so still on schedule, something right down close to course record, race record. Here's that U-turn at just after 7K, and the sun is up. Nice to see.
The sun is up, and which also means that it starts to get really warm. Now, the weather here in Bengaluru, there are a few elite athletes that I was speaking to, you know, when we were in the Windsor Hotel, which is the hospitality partner of the TCS World 10K, and they've mentioned that the weather might just be a concern because some of them are not used to competing in this kind of heat.
No, that's right, and I understand that the temperature in Addis Ababa at altitude is about 19 or 20 degrees these days, so when it's 25, 26, it is warm for them. There you can see the course, though. They've made that U-turn at the top of that picture to the left there, heading back now towards Cubbon Road, where they'll take a right onto Cubbon Road, and then they get that little dogleg down with the cricket stadium on their left. But at the moment, while there's glorious architecture around them, I think they're more concerned with the racing here. It's fierce, but it's interesting to see Brenda Jepchirchir still in that dark strip, is at the front, and she looks the most likely to me.
But Tim, you know, if I just had to tell you a little bit more about the city that we're in, Bengaluru. You've got Bengaluru, which was earlier called the City of Gardens, the Garden City. Then it became the City of Pubs. And now I just heard the man say that it is a city of maximum number of run clubs and runners. Look how far the city has just grown. It is called the Silicon Valley of India, where you've got the maximum, you know, tech people out here, right here in this city. It is the technology hub, this as well as Hyderabad. But Bengaluru, just in terms of the fitness culture, it has truly sort of embraced it beautifully. That's why the number of run clubs there.
Yeah, no, fabulous. And I know many of them will be running today. There you can see the map to the left there. The little white sign is following the runners back up towards Cubbon Road, where they'll take a right very shortly. They've gone through 7K in 21:30. That means that they are within about 20 seconds of 8K.
Yeah. 3:35 is the course record.
It is 30:35.
30:35 is the course record. 30:35. Missing my zeros this morning, but 30:35 is the course record that we are eyeing at. Do you reckon that it will be broken, just considering how far they've come in 24 minutes into the race?
Well, the last kilometre, the 7th kilometre, was a 3:05, so they're getting back down towards 3 minutes per kilometre tempo now. And of course, there is some downhill in the latter stages of this one. And as the pressure mounts, and the athletes know that psychologically they've almost got the finish line in sight, so to speak, so they will turn the screw. They'll work harder, their pace will increase.
The weather being a concern, of course, the kind of field that we are fielding here is the deepest field here in the Indian women elite, where you've got a number of women sub-30, to be exact, 7 women sub-30. Now, the field that we're looking at, the women that are locking horns, can we just put names to that and put into context as to who are we seeing near the finish line?
I wish we could, but I can't read the names on that picture. Unfortunately, we're just not close enough to the athletes to get the names. I know that Brenda Jepchirchir is to the left there in the dark strip, but 3 colleagues alongside her there. They've gone through 8K in 24:39. So that was a 3:09 kilometre, and then you usually get much quicker kilometres towards the end, the last couple of kilometres. So while they're almost exactly on course race record tempo at the moment, the last 2 kilometres we should see an acceleration. It'll be very interesting.
On the other side, of course, Sanjivani Jadhav, the lone warrior. But why is she the lone warrior? Just to give some context into what she's been participating and won over the years. Is she's born in 1996, a fairly young woman, born on the 12th of July in Nasik. She's an Indian long-distance runner who specializes in 5,000 and 10,000 meter. So that's where she gets all that endurance from. The Asian Championship medalist, won bronze in the 5,000 meter in 2017. She's also secured a bronze in Asian cross-country championships in 2018, represented India at multiple international competitions. She's won gold in 10,000 meter at the National Games 2025, being top in competition in a 2026 Mumbai Marathon, where she finished first, making a strong comeback and transition to road racing. That is Sanjivani Jadhav for you, and that's the reason why you don't see any competition near her. We're back to the international elite women.
Well, we are back to the international elite women. They've just made a left-hand turn now. They're heading back up towards towards Cubborn Road. They're down to 3 now. They've lost 1. We've got our top 3 here. This is probably the rostrum, but still it is Jepchirchir to the left. I'm trying to see the name of that athlete who's in the front at the moment. On my screen, it's not clear. But there is pressure now, and it does look like Brenda Jepchirchir for the first time is losing ground, and this is really strong running out in front. I think it's that Chepan Getic at the front who leads right now.
It's 27 minutes to 40 into the race. We're just a few minutes away from the race, which is about to get over, but this is where the hype turns truly into a rival. You know, you're going to see magnetic energy here. We've seen a break.
We have, and it's Florence Nyonkuru of Rwanda, the 25-year-old who's hit the front. Making her debut here is Florence Nyonkuru, said to be in great shape. You know, I was told yesterday by the elite athlete coordinator that she was the one to watch. She won a big race, a half marathon, just a few weeks ago, but by 17 seconds, and she ran really quickly in the Berlin half marathon a month ago. I was at that one in the German capital. She looked fantastic there, and she's going incredibly well here, and she has still got a minute or 2 to go, but she's easing away, and she looks like she's broken the best of this field. Not far to go now. Nyonkuru, this will be the biggest win of her career without any shadow of doubt.
And right behind her is Brenda?
No, behind her is Siyum of Ethiopia. So we have Rwanda against Ethiopia, and Siyum in second place is Melal Siyum. She's only 20 years old. She too is making a debut. So both these athletes in first and second are running 10K on the roads for the first time ever, and they're going incredibly well. Melal Siyum is 20. Florence Nyonkuru, who leads by just a couple of meters, is the 25-year-old. She's never run a 10K on the roads before. Neither has Siyum. Big talent is Siyum in second place, but she's had to give ground to Nyonkuru, who charges towards the line here now. 29:23 on the clock. It looks like they're just going to miss the race record of 30:35, or are they? Actually, no. 30:35 is going to get smashed here, because they've got about 400 meters to go, maybe 300 to go. It's going to be close. It's going to be mighty close, but look at the ground she's opened up between herself and the 2 behind. Jepchirchir in third place, Siyum in second place, but here comes Florence Nyonkuru of Rwanda. Not many great athletes over the years from Rwanda, but yet another East African nation has discovered a huge talent here on the streets of Bengaluru. Look at that, the best athletes in the world splayed out along the road behind Nyonkuru here. This is an athlete who's got a fantastic future. Last September, she ran a very fast 10 miles in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. That race record, remember, 30:35. Watch the clock. She's got about 12 seconds to go before that time comes through. It's going to be mighty close here. There is a bonus for a course record. It looks like she's just going to miss it, or is she here? But what a win from Nyonkuru. It's about competition. It's about fast racing. And this has been fantastically fast. One of the greatest debuts in history there by the young Rwandan. Florence Nyonkuru crosses the tape unofficially in 30:44. We'll wait for that time to be confirmed. She has given everything. There is the sight of an athlete who's committed 101%. And Jep Chirche in third place, with Siyum coming through in second.
Now, that would be an upset. You've got Florence here, the greatest debut, like you really mentioned. That was precision, that was authority, and that was everything on that finish line by Florence. Truly, we'll take a look at the exact number, but the course record has not been broken. It's 30:35. It's not been broken.
No, they've missed it by 8 or 9 seconds. It doesn't matter. You know, we focus sometimes too much about the records, and we should be talking about the great racing. And I tell you what, there's the result of running in high heat and humidity. Look at the athletes there. They are so spent. They've run beautifully. They've judged it to perfection, but they have given absolutely everything. There's not an ounce of strength left amongst those athletes. That's very clear.
And Sanjivani Jadhav, she's well on her way, competing alone, lone warrior. She's got nobody else around her. So you've got Sanjivani Jadhav, who's clearly eyeing a hat-trick. She's done it in 2024, 2025. She's back on the streets of Bengaluru, better prepared now because she's also conquered the 2026 full marathon. And we are back at 10K, 32:05 into the race. What's her personal best, though, in a 10K race?
Well, last year she won in 34:16. That is the race record. That's what she's chasing here. That was first place in the TCS World 10K Bengaluru amongst the Indian women in 2025. And if she can go quicker than that today, that would be special because it is warmer today than last year. You know, we know that Karnataka's had a bit of a heat wave this last couple of weeks.
All of India, actually, for that matter, all of India. So it is rather hot, and you truly said it just as it is. Those athletes looked rather spent after the 10K, but here we have Sanjivani Jadhav. What do you make of her body language right now? Is she spent as well, or she's pushing through? She looks fine to me.
She does look really strong, but again, you know, what we saw in the international elite race was fierce competition in the last couple of kilometres, and that helps drive you forward. And Jadhav here, it gives you an extra burden, I suppose, when you're on your own and you've got to try and produce that same 101% effort.
Well, she's got no competition around here.
No, and she's working hard there. You can see the slight grimace there. 33 minutes on the clock. She's got a minute to go if she wants to beat her time from last year on this course. She's just past 500 to go, so I'm not sure she's going to hit the time of last year. But she's going to be close to it, and actually intrinsically, this could well be a better run, taking the heat and humidity into account.
It would be a very clinical performance from here, from Sanjivani Jadhav. To be doing it for the third time, she should be the only woman to have done it here at the TCS 10K. 400 meters to go. No competition. She's a lone warrior there, inching closer to the finish line and eyeing a hat-trick. Eyeing a hat-trick in a 10K. What does that mean?
Well, it means that she is absolutely dialed in and getting her preparation dead right. You know, there was a book written many years ago called The Loneliness of the Long-Distance Runner. And this picture epitomizes that, doesn't it? She's giving absolutely everything here. She can see the finish. She needs to start pumping hard with the arms, raise her knees, drive towards the line here. 34:16 last year. That's just going through now. So she's going to be a little bit outside that. But the 100 meters or so between her and the finish line is more than accounted for by the temperature, I think.
And also just the kind of effort that she's put in over the kilometers. In these last few meters, which is a little less than 100, is where she would want to put in everything. I do find right behind her, we do see two women putting up a show, second to the third place. We can't see their bibs as of now, but we will get you the details. For now, you see Sanjivani Jadhav. She's run the course all by herself, very, very close to the finish line now.
here she comes towards the line. The racing going on behind her. It looks like it might be drawing them nearer to her, but she crosses the line there, unofficially in 35 minutes exactly. So that's still brilliant running from Sanjivani Jadhav. And yes, you can see she has given everything too.
A little above 35 minutes. She finished the course in 2025 in 34:15 on second and third.
Well, here's second and third. Sonia coming through in second place and looking quite fabulous. And she crossed the line there in about 35:30, almost exactly, I think, 30 seconds down.
You know, it'd be interesting to see where these two really put on a show, is because when we were in the middle of the 10K, we didn't see anybody around Sanjivani Jadhav. So it must have gotten somewhere within that 10K in those last few kilometers where these two really put on a show and put through everything on the line to come second and third on the podium.
Well, these women are coming across the line, Redeemer, and the men are ready to go.
The men are ready to go, so let's take a look at the finish line, because that would be very, very interesting. You got a certain Herbert there. These are the elite men that be competing in the TCS World 10K 2026.
Yes, exactly, and this is a field of the very highest quality. 4 men here have broken 27 minutes. Not that many men have done that in the history of men's distance running. Simon Emmanuel, Victor Kipronov, Vincent Kimayo, Yezno Dilu Meniberu, and Mukhtar Idris. Idris there to the right, interesting character, twice a world champion at 5,000 metres on the track. A really great racer. And let's have a look at the best of the Indian men. Abhishat Pal, well, he stands out, the Delhi Half Marathon winner last year. He won here last year as well in 29:12. A really quick time from him. That is not yet the event record is 27:38 for the international men. There they are on the line, ready to go. Temperature a little bit warmer, remember, than for the women.
It is.
All of you are standing on the way right now. I want you.
The men are gearing up. This is the one that we all eye on. Remember that Abhishek Pal is here to defend his title. Can he do it just the way Sanjivani Jadhav has eyed a hat-trick? We also have our international ambassador here, the woman ambassador here, Blanca. She'll be coming into the studios very soon. She will be on that stage for the flag off. On the other side, if we talk about the international elite men, there will be all eyes on one man, that's Herbert Kibet, the Ugandan with a personal best of 26:39. He's just coming from Spain. He's put on a show here. The question is, can he do it here in Bengaluru? We'll keep our eyes out for that. They're gearing up. It's time for the international elite men and the Indian men to take on the race.
Well, here they go then.
2, 1, go!
Away they go, yes, Herbert Kibet starts as favourite, the Ugandan. He too is only 20, the youngsters coming out of East Africa. It's astonishing. He is the world #1 this year at 10K. What an achievement it is to get him here in Bengaluru. The pacemaker, well, that is a young Tanzanian, Jumane Mnada, who is hoping to go out at about 2:45, 2:46 per kilometre. If they are to hit the race tempo, the event record 27:38 from 4 years ago by Nicholas Kipkorir of Kenya. So we're looking for kilometres here of around 2 minutes 45 seconds. Big pack, really big pack. Some 25 international elite men and good numbers of the best Indians too.
There's plenty of big names from the long distance, the sport of long distance running that we've got here at the TCS World 10K. The kind of international pack that we see now in Bengaluru, it's a goal-level race, it's a goal-level athletics race. The race has come so far, and the energy here on the streets of Bengaluru, of course, is definitely something that we're looking forward to. This is the Veera Pulse. This is how we get the energy here in Bengaluru up and going. Veera is actually a folk dance here in Karnataka where they've taken the name from, but it also means warrior. It also means warrior, and that's the Veera Pulse.
Veera! People at the back, I want you all to
The Viking
follow
flag.
them.
In effect, it is.
All right, in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6,
And this is the Open 10K that we're looking at. The Open 10K where you've got friends, family, you've got corporate clubs that are coming here at the TCS 10K. There is going to be a wide, varied field here. You've got 22,000 participants at the TCS World 10K, Open 10K here in Bengaluru in 2026. You'll see people from all kinds of jobs who are participating, and they have their various reasons. So many stories taking on the streets of Bengaluru. Here's some stories, out of which 9 of these stories we'll get to you in our very special edition that we do of Running Heroes. We're talking about these stories. You've got 18,559 participants at the Open 10K as well as the Police Cup. This is just a wave of energy.
For so many reasons. Now,
yeah, those are big numbers pouring through the line, and that's a nice wide start too. It's really good to see the enthusiasm there and the energy from these runners. Everybody's got their own little goals. Many of them, thousands, remember, running for charities, the NGOs that benefit from a race like this, to huge amounts of money being raised for those charities. It's so good to see. And I just hope that everybody's acclimatized. They've been training in these sort of temperatures and this humidity. They will gauge their effort right. 10K, well, it's manageable. It's a very user-friendly distance. It's a sort of an entry-level distance, I suppose you could say. Of course, you get 5K race as well, but a 10K is, well, less than half of a half marathon. A half marathon is 21K, a full marathon, 42K. So this is, for many of these athletes, I guess it's sort of stepping stone towards the bigger distances, a stepping stone towards the half marathon or the full marathon. And many athletes, of course, just like to stay at 10K. They say, no, it's a nice, easy distance to achieve, relatively easy. I can do it every weekend if I can find a race somewhere, and that is the way it goes.
It is the largest organized 10K wave anywhere in India. We're back to the elites. You've got the Indian as well as the international that we're looking at. This is the international pack of the elite men. Who are our top 3 here?
Well, we're looking
the top 3 that we're eyeing for the podium, yeah?
Well, the top 3 for the podium, you have to go again with the times. It would be Harbert, Kibet, Gemachu Dida. I'm just looking for him there in that pack. And Goya out in front. He's not one of my favourites, but he's giving a good account of himself at the moment. Jumani Amnada is the pacemaker. Nigetic there, also towards the front end, just trying to see. Yes, that's Vincent Nigetic. There's the back of the pack, the Indians there moving well, just hanging on to the back of that pack. Number 11 is Maniberu. But Vincent Kipkemoyon Getic, not amongst the favourites. He ran 27.25 a couple of years ago. Kibet is there as well. Harbert Kibet, you can see that. Centre of the picture, H. Kibet on his bib. Looking very, very relaxed indeed. Quite a cool customer. 26.39, 26 minutes and 39 seconds he ran in the middle of February in Castellón in Spain, near Valencia on the east coast. Spain at the moment is the place to go and race for super quick times. So often in southern Europe in the winter months, the temperatures are perfect. It's 12, 15, 17 degrees. They don't get much wind. The courses are flat. And you can go to several Spanish cities and get very, very quick times these days.
Right, but the question is, what are they racing for? The prize money. The prize money is huge. Remember, it is gender pay parity, so you've got the international women and the men getting the same amount as well as the Indian men and women. So we've got $72,000 on the line. You've got the first prize getting $26,000, second $17,000, the third $10,000. You've got the top 10 in the pool. It is a total of $72,000 that the international elite men are looking at. If you take a look at the Indian elite men, 3 lakhs on the line for the first position, 2,25,000 for the second. For the third, you've got 1,50,000. A total prize pool of 10,85,000. You also get 1,00,000 extra if you break the course record. So there is an additional bonus if you challenge that number.
Well, the good news is at this elite race, the international end, they've gone through 2K in 5:31. So they are averaging 2:45. That is super quick. And if they can hold this tempo, then we are going to get an event record. That event record, remember, 27:38. Now, what we do know, as from the women's race, is that this is quite a quick downhill. That's the 2.5K mat. I think they've gone through in 6:53. But that doesn't tell us a great deal. We need to know what their 3-kilometre split is. But we know that they will need to build up a slight cushion, so to speak, to get down towards the course record and sustain the tempo because of the uphill that's coming. Some of the Indians there further back down the race, as you can see. 52, that's Abhishek Pal, the defending champion for the women's side. Married with a couple of kids. He's in the Indian Army, is Pal, the 28-year-old. His time last year, 29:12. It would be very special if he could get down to that this year.
We have the 2.5-kilometre split that we're looking at.
Yeah, 6:53. It's an unusual split. We don't normally get a 2.5-kilometre split, 6:53. But we do know they're averaging around 2:45 per kilometre. And there are the big names. Ngoya is the pacemaker. And Kiprono is up there as well. That's good to see.
And remember the course, it's the same loop that we're looking at. It's the same iconic Bengaluru streets, Vidhan Sudha, Cuban Park. Boundary, you have the Ulsur Lake, Raj Bhavan, Mint Square, and home to Sam Manik Shaw Parade Ground. That's the same loop that we just saw in the women's. The elite women races, as well as the Open 10K would be going through the same course as well.
Yeah, and we saw from that caption just now, the event record average pace would have them at 2.5K in 7:10. And they've gone through in 6:53, so they've got a massive cushion. They are flying here compared with the event record average pace. However, we have to remember that these first 2 or 3 kilometres, there's quite a bit of downhill heading towards the lake, towards Ulsur Lake. So the balance will be redressed when they come away from the lake and go up through 4 to 5K, and there's a slight uphill. So look, 8:57, they've gone through 3K now in 8:17, I'm hearing. So they are averaging almost exactly 2:45 per kilometre. And that means that they are now down, they're circumnavigating the Ulsur Lake, which, by the way, I was looking at a map last night, is almost exactly a kilometre long. There's those early kilometres heading towards the eastern end of the course, that left-hand turn at 1K. And then they're heading round Ulsur Lake towards the western side. That's the uphill there, around 5K. Then they turn right, soak into the calm of Cubbon Road and the shade there, although it's not the sun beating down on them, it's just the general temperature here in Bengaluru that's making it challenging. 6K, they turn off the of Cubbon Road towards Vidana Sauda, back along Cubbon Road once they negotiate this little dog leg, having passed the high course of Karnataka on their right at about 7.5K, and then onto Cubbon Road for that long charge towards the finish line. Almost an optical illusion when you can see the finish line, what, 1.5 kilometres ahead. It's always tough, that closing stretch.
And right now they're just ahead of 3K. That means they're still navigating the Ulsur Lake. We're basically going through the Kensington Road and very much on track to reach the 4th kilometre mark, which will be the St. John's Road here in Bengaluru.
Yes, they have gone through 3K in 8:17. It is quick. I'm delighted to see these splits coming through. If they're on 27:30 pace, they'd have gone through in 8:15. We're not going to quibble over a few seconds. This is the toughest section, though. This next 5 minutes where they're going slightly uphill up Dickinson Road, through 5K and back onto Cubbon Road, where they will pass the finish line on their left, but they've still got over 5K to go.
With what we witnessed during the women's race, in terms of what we see in the men's now, with the temperatures soaring as compared to what the women were facing, you've got the sun, which is really, really bright. How does it affect the race here now?
Well, I don't think his men would be thinking about the temperature too much. They won't be noticing a climb of 1 or 2 degrees over 20 minutes. But they will be aware that the heat is there, that they're running through warm air. You know, I can remember going for a run in Dubai, I think, about 10 years ago, and it was 40 degrees. And it was like running with a hairdryer playing in your face. I mean, it was astonishing. And it does wear you down.
And how does humidity help?
Humidity is the worst factor. Do you know, if it's dry, a dry heat, that's at 30 degrees, that's much nicer than 23 degrees but high humidity. It's the humidity that really affects you, because you sweat and you don't get the benefit of the sweat evaporating. The sweat stays on your skin. And the cooling factor that the body's machine, the body is a wonderful machine. When you sweat, the sweat evaporates from your skin and that cools you down. If the humidity is high, the sweat doesn't evaporate. You run with wet skin, and that's the worst of all.
They're nearing the 5-kilometer mark as we speak, though.
Yeah, they are nearing. Well, they're coming up towards the 4K. They've gone through 4K, I'm just hearing, in 11:04. So that's great. They're moving really nicely. They've run very aggressively through that 4th kilometer. And the pacemaker, Amnada, still going strong. He built up a slight lead. He had a glance over his shoulder there. You can see left of screen where they are. They are at 4K on Dickinson Road. They're about to take a left, and then they will go towards the 5K point, and that's only about 500 meters long, and then they are back on Cubbon Road. But I do love the way this course is dressed. Look at all the banners and the advertising. It makes them almost claustrophobic. They're running through a tunnel here almost on a lot of these stretches, and that's nice. It always makes you feel like the race has got a real intensity to it. But what is really good news, Redeemer, too, is how well this pack are responding to the pacemaker. They're going with him. It's not being stretched out single file or anything. That's a pack of about 15 athletes who have responded well. They picked up the glove, if you like, that has been slapped down at their feet, the challenge, and they're running really strongly. 11 there, nearest the camera, left of picture. That's Dilumeni Beru. He's a 27:37 performer. He's a sub 4 minute miler. He's got great speed. He's got wonderful endurance too. And be interested to see how he can cope. They're coming towards the middle section of the race now. The middle section of this race. This is where it gets really testing. They're approaching 5K. 4K, remember, was 11:04. This is 5K they're coming to now, and we want it to be not much outside 13:50. Although they have just negotiated the big uphill in this 5th kilometer. So this is the really testing section.
And we'll get you the 5K split in just a bit. But since you were talking about, just the ambience, you see so many advertisers all around. The streets of Bengaluru actually look like a big celebration this morning. And we've seen it in every Pro-Cam race, but especially Bengaluru, just the kind of ambience it has and the way it's embraced the sport of running. It is a notch higher, because remember, Bengaluru also as a city is very green. So it just adds to the ambience that we see. Cubbon Road that you were mentioning very, very correctly, that we'll be touching with. That's the 5-kilometer split. That means they are right now at the Kamaraj Road, which is the 5-kilometer. This is what it is looking at. It is about 14 minutes.
Yeah, 14 minutes exactly. That's a good bit slower than they need for record pace. But we do know we knew that was going to happen in that 5th kilometer, the uphill section. And now it flattens out and they can start running hard again. But the event record pace, 14:08. Current leader, 14 minutes. So when the event record was set, it looks like they went through 5K in 14:08. So they are inside schedule, so to speak, with this second half we know being much quicker.
Yeah, but that's because that's the downslope that comes in. This is the harder part, isn't it, Tim? This is where they really, really need to put in the work, because this is the harder part of the course at 5K. But if you're just looking at the challengers now and their body language, who are your key challengers to the throne?
Well, I'm impressed with Radsim there to the left of this group. He's looking really strong. Still a big pack with 5.5K done.
And Habert? How's Habert looking at the moment? Our key man and the key challenger to the throne.
He's looking okay. He's looking very, very strong. They all are. That's him to the right there.
Well, the athletes here, of course, are competing for the 10K, the throne. But what have they done and what have they been up to just before that? Well, it is the hospitality that they received at the Windsor Hotel here in Bengaluru. And It is one of the finest hotels. It is one of the oldest hotels here in Bengaluru, and they made sure that the athletes got the right nutrition for the competition of the 10K, not just nutrition, but also the right sleep. And this is a bit of a photo shoot and some interviews that we'll be getting you very soon with the international men, women, as well as the Indian, just to get their insights into what are they looking forward to. But overall, Windsor, the hotel here in Bengaluru, very, very well known across the world. It is an old Victorian hotel that gets you the best of hospitality in the city.
Yeah, the athletes prepared absolutely wonderful with that blend of Victorian splendour and modern technology in the ITC Windsor Hotel. Really fantastic hosts for all of us. Smiles wherever you go. And there'll be a smile for one of these athletes in about 12 minutes' time, because they're tearing up the road now. And Ratsim is turning the screw here. Now, that's really interesting. The Ethiopians in this field, Tanzanian actually is Ratsim, just 19 years old. He ran a sub-60-minute half marathon back in February, so he is in wonderful form. We know he's got the strength, and he's going early here. This is a big surge. This is a big attack from Ratsim. He's not one of the favourites, that's for sure, but he's going to smash his personal best if he can keep going at this tempo. That's where they are on the course. Going past Janaswamy Stadium, the famous cricket stadium here in the city of Bengaluru. And at the moment, they are approaching 6K. 6K just gone through in 16:52. I'm getting unofficially from the lead vehicles. So that's last kilometre. It's taken them about 250. There was also a slight uphill in that 6th kilometre. Now it flattens out, and we should start getting faster splits. They're still on schedule for something very, very close to that course record, 27:38. But do not forget that these conditions are not conducive to super fast running. So anything close to course record today with this heat and humidity is supreme, quite magnificent.
It is a magnificent morning, just keeping aside the weather. But apart from that, what we've seen so far in the international elite women as well as the Indian women, where you have Sanjivani Jadhav, who's just now conquered a hat-trick, the first woman to do so here at the TCS World 10K. But apart from that, of course, on the other side, we saw a spectacular debut from Florence here at the international elite women. Are we looking at an upset here in the international men?
Too early to say. They've got about 3.5 kilometres to go, but it is interesting that Ratsim, the youngster, the Tanzanian, is going so well. My notes actually beside his name say due a huge 10K personal best. He ran in the World Cross Country in the USA back in January. He was 29th there. But cross country is not everybody's bag. Quite a few people don't like cross country. They prefer the roads, the firmness under their feet. Ratsim here, well, I've said he's due a big personal best, and he looks like he's running towards it here. I mean, this is great aggressive running from him, and he's testing them, because if he wasn't testing them, somebody would be alongside him. You know, you nudge your opponent with your elbow, you let them know you're there. It's almost as if to say, you're not really making me work here. Is this the best you've got?
Yeah, but you know, coming to the point that you were making when Sanjivani was racing, that you want to see participants around you, you want to see competitors around you, it keeps you motivated. Having said that, if you're running it alone, doesn't it give you a lot of confidence to not see any kind of competition around you?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, if somebody's not alongside you, you can take from that you're testing them, that you're stretching them. There's a beautiful shot. You get an idea here of how fast they're moving. These side-on shots, you get a really good idea. I mean, pick a spot on the curb nearby and how quickly it disappears out of shot. They are absolutely flying. I think that's... we have
that is the turn.
Just gone through 7K.
Yes, that is the turn. That is the key turn that we talk about in the course. And now they're headed on they've taken the turn from the Dr. Ambedkar Road, and now very much towards the 8K, where they'll be hitting the Kuhn Road very soon.
We have a break in the Indian race. This is Harmanjot Singh, who's leading. He recently won the National Cross Country Championships here in India. He was the second Indian here 3 years ago. His target, he says, is the Asian Games. That's in Nagoya in Japan, coming up in late September. And that for him is the major goal of the year. I would imagine the Commonwealth Games as well, maybe. He was the second Indian elite in the Tata Steel World 25K in Kolkata back in December. So he does run the slam races But he's in fine form, we know that, and he's isolated himself out in the front there. Harmanjot Singh in the Indian race.
So we've got Harmanjot here in the lead. Harmanjot is in the lead. That's interesting. We can't see Abhishek Pal near him, but Harmanjot is taken on the streets, and he's gunning for a first place.
Well, he says when he treats himself, his cheat day favourite food is gulab jamun. I can understand that. I have to say I love it too. But he's moving really well here. I can't see the gap behind him, but he's got isolation, and the 30-year-old from the Punjab could be heading here to a big, big win. He's in the Indian Army, the Sikh Regimental Centre. He's a 61-minute half marathon runner. He won the Alwar Tiger half marathon. And he has got isolation here. There's a big gap behind him, Redeemer, probably about 100 metres.
A huge gap. That's what we saw in the Indian women as well, Sanjivani Jadhav, but a massive gap between him. And we can't see from far where the second and the third place would be like. We don't see anyone around him, but Harmanjot has really put some speed there and put in some effort, and he's 22 minutes 32 seconds into the race, back to the international elite men.
Well, they've gone through 8K in 22:19, and that puts them about 15 seconds outside course record tempo, but they've got 2K to go, and you can make up that sort of time very quickly in 2K with an acceleration that some of these athletes have got. They can certainly make up that ground pretty quickly. Quizera at the front now. There's an interesting athlete, Rodrigo Quizera of Burundi, the 26-year-old. He was second here 3 years ago in a dead heat with Sebastian Sawe, who is now the world's #1 marathon runner. He's very, very consistent, Quizera. His personal best, 26:54 from last year. He ran 3 10Ks last year. They were all super quick. And he's a lovely fella too. He was at the press conference a couple of days ago, speaks really good English. He actually lives in Castellón in Spain, even though he spends some of his time training in Addis Ababa. He has a Spanish coach, lives much of the year in Spain, and he trains with the world record holder, Yomif Kejelcha.
We've seen so many athletes, of course, the one they're talking about, of course, lives in Spain, but so many athletes who just competed in the distance running sport in Spain and come here in Bengaluru. You were talking about how Spain provides a beautiful culture for running. How has Spain grown in terms of in the sport of distance running?
Well, it's not so much the culture, it's the fact that they have the perfect climate, they have fast courses by the sea through the winter months where there's not a lot of wind. So it's just, I suppose you could say it's the geography and the climate of Spain lends itself to really quick racing, and they do love distance racing there. But this is Quizera making a break now, trying to grind out a slight gap between him and his pursuers. You can see there on the left screen the little sign as they're coming down off the dogleg. They've got the Chinnaswamy Stadium on their right. They're going right past it now, and then they will take a right back onto Cubbon Road and the long charge towards the finish line. 8K 22:19, and Quizera here is working hard to try and break these athletes. He trains in a very, very big squad. Always easier to train with a lot of colleagues than be training on your own. He says his favourite distance is the 10K, and that's why he's going so well here now. There he goes through 9K, and I get his time at 9K, around 25 minutes exactly. We shall get that confirmed shortly. So he is closing in on the course record. There's no doubt about that. We shall see what sort of time he's given for 9K. But Quizera here, wrestling a lead from his pursuers, from his opponents. Head down, working hard with the arms. Doesn't he run beautifully? He really gallops, this man, doesn't he? High knees.
He really does, Tim. I mean, just the men, just to look at the international men here, it has not been running like you rightly put. There's a huge gap between the first and the second. That means it's not going to be a close finish. You're going to see Quizera here put in all his best for the last couple of meters as we head to the finish line. 25 minutes, 49 seconds into the race. But yeah, they have been flying. They didn't just run this morning.
Well, almost 26 minutes on the clock, and the athlete working in second place is working so hard to close on Quizera here. He's looking absolutely fantastic. Little glance over his shoulder, though. It's going to be very close to a course record here. And it's Emmanuel, who is in second place. That is brilliant running from Simon Emmanuel. He, believe it or not, the athlete in second place is just 18 years old. 18 years old, the Eritrean. His best 27.10. He's not going to be far outside that. He's a huge talent. He's run really fast on the track for 5,000 meters. Just one race this year. That was a cross-country race in Spain back in January. Well, here he is moving his legs much, much quicker. And Simon Emmanuel in second place behind Quizera, who's charging towards the line. Look at the clock, 26.49, 26.50. The course record, 27.38. It's going to be mighty close here. Quizera, he's tall, he's upright. He gallops now towards the line. 27 minutes on the clock. He's got 35 seconds to go. Is he going to get there? Could it be a new course record? There's a massive financial bonus for a course record here in Bengaluru. This is world-class racing. The way he's opened up this last 2 kilometers, it has exploded this field. That pack was so big 2 or 3 kilometers back. But Quizera is charging now. Watch the clock. He comes towards the line and he's going to break the course record. Crosses the line there now. 27.29 unofficially for Paul Quizera. That is massive from him. It could be a course record by about 9 seconds, I reckon. Simon Emmanuel in second place. Quizera, though, a fabulous winner. He was so confident at the press conference a couple of days ago. And look at the number of athletes coming through under 28 minutes. Ratsim has just run a massive personal best. It proves how fast this course is, and that message will go out around the world. That is great news for this race in Bengaluru.
And that body just went through so seamlessly on that finish line. Quizera was an absolute sight to see here this morning. Do we have a new course record? We'll get you the information in just a bit. We probably do of what we've seen so far, but look at those athletes. Just something to the point that you've mentioned, Tim. They look spent. And here's the Indian. You've got Harman here gunning for the finish line, and you don't see anybody else in the Indian pack that is competing fast. We finally see one more, but we don't see any Indian there.
Well, the Indian record is 28.42. That's just gone through. That's the national record. We wouldn't expect that on a day like this. That was in Valencia back in 2022 by Murali Gavit. But the rest of this international league field coming home, and you can see Harmanjot Singh still running incredibly well, charging towards the line here. 30 minutes exactly. He ran here 3 years ago. He's going to be quicker than that here today, much quicker. That shows how much he's improved these last couple of years. That's a big win for him. 29.11 unofficially.
And has that set a new course record for the Indians here?
I think it has. We'll see that confirmed very shortly.
Well, he's got an incredible year. Harmanjot Singh. He's won a silver at the Asian Cross Country Champions in 2026. He's delivered a powerful performance to clinch the silver medal, and he could just be...
We think he's missed the course record by maybe 1 second. Unofficially, that is. I've got him across the line in 29.11, and last year Abhishek Pal won in 29.12. So if he's missed it going under it, then surely he's hit exactly, and it would be cruel if they say he's run 1 second slower. It was a brilliant run. He was closing down on the international elite, several of the international elite there in the final kilometre.
But just to put into context as to how fast he's run, we don't see the second and the third place finish yet from the Indian men.
Well, not yet, no, unless the camera's just missing them coming across the line. But that is a big, big run from him in really, really warm conditions to get down towards 29 minutes. That's huge.
I don't think cameras miss them. I think they're still running in.
Registrations right here for the Open 10K.
We're going to get in the information of the second and the third place finish, but that is the international man. Quizera, of course, gunning for the title, and he's made it in style.
And that is a special run from Quizera. That is definitely certainly an event record.
Congratulations for making the cut of
27:29 in unseasonably warm weather. That weather is probably worth 15-20 seconds. So frankly, that is spectacular running from Rodriguez Quizera. We knew he was in great form. I saw him in Prague in the Czech Republic capital 4 weeks ago when he ran a massive half marathon course record, national record, and now he runs a quick 10K. And here is Harmanjit Singh coming through for a very, very impressive win. I got his time at 29:11. Let's wait and see what comes up.
And he was the only Indian man, the lone warrior, just like Sanjivani Jadhav, but here in the mix of the international men. That is a huge statement from Harmanjit Singh as to what he's been able to achieve just till the year of 2026, just the beginning. He's coming off a silver medal in the Asian Championships, and he delivers a powerful performance here in Bengaluru yet again.
No, absolutely, really quick times. Harmanjit Singh, 29:13. Oh, that is cruel. The record he was after was 29:12. He misses it by 1 second. I wonder if he knew, Redeemer, if somebody shouts to you with a couple of minutes to go, you're going to be really close to the record. You can dig in a bit deeper.
So now I see your point of running alone sometimes can actually be a bit of a disadvantage. But you also have, of course, Quizera. You've got Harbert Kibet, who's finished second. You've got Gilbert, who's finished third. You've got Harbert, the man that we were eyeing on the podium that we will see. Is coming off a brilliant, brilliant race in Spain. But this is the international results. We'll get you the Indian results in just a bit as well. You have Harmanjit Singh, who's taken on the podium. He's on the first position. We're going to take a short break here before we get you all the results. You stay tuned as we've got plenty of stories and more races coming to you from the TCS World 10K. Be back very soon.
Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you, forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
Watch UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, Atletico de Madrid versus Arsenal, live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Yeah. Now I'm Bengaluru with a grind, no sleep. India is deep, now the whole world peep. 10K on the clock, lace tight, no breaks. City on fire, every move we make. Forever for good, forever we pace. Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you, forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
पिछले साल इंग्लैंड में कुछ ऐसा हुआ जो हम कभी नहीं भूल सकते। बात तो क्रिकेट की थी, पर मैटर पर्सनल हो गया। इस बार बॉल का रंग बदलेगा, जर्सी का नहीं। पर रंजिश वहां से शुरू होगी जहां हमने छोड़ी थी। राउंड तुम्हारा, जीत हमारी। पार्ट 2 इंडिया वर्सेस इंग्लैंड, सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स के टीवी चैनल्स पर।
And welcome back. It's the TCS World 10K. What we've witnessed is absolute speed, absolute precision, and also we've seen a close finish out there, the international elite men. That has been spectacular this morning. On the other side, when we talk about men and women in the Indian side, Sanjivani Jadhav with a hat-trick, Tim in the house. Tim, of course, from the Indian side, we saw Harmanjot as well as Sanjivani Jadhav as the lone warriors, but take me through what you've witnessed in the international pack.
I think probably the run of the day from the international pack was Rodrigo Cruzera in the men's race just now. The Burundian, lovely fella, fluent English, speaks several languages. In fact, course record here today, I think by 8 or 9 seconds. That remains to be seen. But he destroyed that field. And you know, we talked earlier about how strong this pack was in terms of its strength in depth. He blew them away in the last 2 kilometres by a massive margin. So from Cruzera, very, very special run indeed.
We've seen such sides before in the races where we've spoken about the fact for an Indian to be in the mix of the international men. What does that say? Because Harmanjot was the only Indian face in that pack of international men.
As he was coming across the line, one athlete who was coming across the line behind him was Mukhtar Idris, who was a 4-time world champion.
Oh, wow.
You know, and okay, he's a marathon runner now, so this is the lower end for him, but that's really symbolic. A 4-time world champion behind the best Indian today. That is a big step up.
Yes, indeed is. In 2026 has been fantabulous for the young man Harmanjot Singh. In 2026, he's won a silver at the Asian Championship, and he's coming off great stuff here in the beginning of the year. Here in 2026, the 10K, the man finishes first in the podium. We'll get you all the highlights from the race in just a bit. But coming back to the race, right, Sanjivani Jadhav with a hat-trick, 3 medals. She's been here thrice, 2024, 2025. She does it again in 2026. And this is how it all panned out. This is the international elite women that we're looking at. And how did that pan out for you? What were the key highlights from it?
That provided a surprise as well, you know, Redeemer, because although I'd been given a nod that Florence Nyonkuru might be quite special, there she is, that in the sort of light green strip coming towards the finish line. She is Nyonkuru, 25 years old, from Rwanda, unheralded though, making her debut here today. We knew she was in good form. She ran a national record a month ago in Berlin for a half marathon. She gave absolutely everything to run very, very quickly here today. We'll confirm that time for you, but I got it at 30:44, the winning time in the international women's race. And Sanjivani Jadhav, well, we knew she would be the favourite here. We didn't expect her to win so convincingly. And she had to do it the hard way. You know, running most of the race on your own like this with no company, no pacemaker, nobody to race against. Psychologically as well as physically, very, very tough indeed.
Yeah, but she looks so comfortable. If you just look at the way she's going through the streets, she looks really comfortable and confident taking on the streets of Bengaluru because she's been here so many times.
She does, and that's glorious isolation for her. As she crosses the line, winning by a big margin, the biggest win of the day.
But more interestingly is because being an Indian, of course, she's quite used to this weather. She doesn't look as spent as the other athletes, as we just saw, Sanjivani Jadhav. But here's a quick look at the international elite women. You've got Florence, who's finished at 30:45, Brenda at 30:59. Remember, Brenda was the one that was the biggest challenger for the medal, for the gold. You've got Chalto Dida, who's finished at 31:03, and of course Judy, Janet, as well as Milal with the 4th, 5th, and the 6th finish. But the first 3, Florence, a brilliant debut from the lady. On the other side, Sanjivani Jadhav, 35:01 with a hat-trick of medals now at the TCS World 10K. Sonia at 35:31 and Bhagirathi at 35:32. These are our top 3. On the 4th, you've got Ravina, Jyoti, and Sonam. So that was not Sonam, that was actually Sonia who finished on the second, as we saw. But all eyes would be on Sanjivani Jadhav, because this is a brilliant feat from the lady. You've got a hat-trick of goals now from the TCS World 10K. She's also won in the marathon here in 2026. That's quite a year to start with.
Well, it is, but it also is a great range. You know, when you're winning at 10K, you're winning at marathon. That crosses several sort of gaps between different races. You know, we talk about 5,000 or 5K and then 10K, and then you get up to half marathon, and then you can go, you know, we have the 25K in Kolkata. That's more than a half marathon, and then up to the marathon. So to be nailing it, getting it right at 10K and right up to the marathon, that suggests she really is getting her training right. It's very impressive.
But when you talk about the difference between the two kinds of training, when you're training for a 10K versus when you're training for a full marathon, what is the key difference?
There are similarities, it's true. I mean, probably 80% of the training is the same, but in marathon, you've got to work harder on the endurance. You've got to get the long runs in. So probably, roughly once a week, you'll do a long run, 30K, 35K. You've just got to be paying more attention to the endurance side than the speed.
Right. Well, there is a very special segment that we get to in all our pro-cam races. It is the IDFC First Bank Studio First, where we have some dignitaries who speak about the races and how do they benefit, of course, the society at large. But here we've got someone very special, a man who set the championship in the distance, long-running distance kind of sport here in India. He's given it some sort of gravitas in the recent times. It's Savan Barwal at the Studio First interview.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I'm joined by Savan Barwal over here. Savan, how does it feel to break a 48-year-old national marathon record?
Feel good, ma'am. After 40 years, ये बहुत लंबा टाइम था हमारे लिए और एक लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस के लिए इतना लंबा रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक करना, सो वेरी एक्साइटेड फॉर दैट और फाइनली ब्रेक कर सके इसको, तो बहुत खुशी है अभी तक इस रिकॉर्ड।
पूरा देश खुश है। अब आप ये भी बताइए कि इस तरह की रेसेस किस तरह से आपकी मदद की है इन रेसेस ने आपको एक वर्ल्ड क्लास मैराथनर बनाने में?
जस्ट प्रिपेयर फॉर दैट फ्रॉम लास्ट 6 months, सो एक प्लान था इसको रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करने का और बेटर करने का, सो लास्ट 6 months से प्रिपेयर कर रहे थे इस चीज़ के लिए, सो फाइनली ब्रेक किया ये रिकॉर्ड अभी रिसेंटली 12th April को। सो
चलिए इसी तरह से आप रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक करते रहिए। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर चैटिंग विद अस।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू सो मच।
Savan Barwal is a huge name when it comes to athletics here in India, and he breaks a 48-year-old record. A 48-year-old long-standing record, and he's done it in some style. But Savan Barwal, the name in the international circuit, what does it bring to you?
Well, he's the best of the Indians. He's a national record holder now. The challenge for him is to push on down to getting to under 2:10. You know, the world record is 2 hours and 35 seconds, so it's 9 or 10 minutes quicker. So the challenge for him is to push down below 2:10. 2:10 is kind of the benchmark. 2 hours 10 minutes is the benchmark of world-class marathon running. Has been for many, many years. That is where he needs to push on now. And so exposure to good races, a little bit better coaching, more technology, you know, taking advantage of all the technologies that are coming into distance running will help him find those extra 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, that was Savan Barwal, but what we've witnessed here at the TCS World 10K Bengaluru, especially when you talk about the international elite men, it was quite the highlight. The race itself looked like a highlight. Let me give you a quick glimpse of what we've seen and witnessed this morning and just how it all panned out. They weren't running. They were flying through the streets of Bengaluru.
Well, they were, and in fact, it was a strange race because they went out very quickly, and then they suffered quite a bit getting to 5K in 14 minutes exactly. But several men took their turn at the front, although the pacemaking earlier one was very good indeed. It set it up nicely, and the Rodrigue Quizera of Burundi, got the bull by the horns in the latter stages, charged through the final 2 kilometres, made up the ground lost on the uphill and crossed the line there in a new course record. It was spectacular running from the Burundian. Really, really special, fast running. And, you know, Nyankuru's win in the women's race wasn't far outside the race record, but in the men's race, wow, did they hit their straps.
And the Indian there, you've got Harmanjot coming up in just a bit. Yeah, Harmanjot Singh. Remember, he was the lone warrior. He was in the pack of the international men. He was far ahead far, far ahead from the rest of the Indian pack. An absolute stunning race here from Harmanjot at the TCS World.
And he looks pretty calm to me too. You know, he's passing world-class athletes here. And Edris there is a 4-time world champion. He might be a marathon runner these days, but that is still brilliant running from Harmanjot Singh. And again, you know, I said that the humidity and the heat here is worth quite a few seconds. So his winning time, 29:13, 1 second outside the event record for the Indians, is worth a lot quicker.
Here are the results for the international elite men. You've got Quezera with 27:31. The official timings are here. You've got Harvard Quebec with 27:39. You've got Gibbert by 27:43. These are your top 3 finishes. You've got Sehman, Benjamin and Victor in the 4th, 5th and 6th. Remember, the first 10 are pretty much in the prize money. On the other side, when you talk about the Indian men results, Harmanjot Singh 29:30, and look at the gap between Harmanjot and, of course, the second place finish where you've got Shailesh Kushwaha with 29:21. Just a few seconds, but we couldn't get a sight on Shailesh. You got Deepak Bhatt on the 3rd finish, which is 29:52. Mrunal Sunil and Abhishek Pal. Abhishek Pal, who was here defending his title, he won the title here in 2025. Has not had the best race this morning. 30 minutes, a little over 30 minutes. Well,
yeah,
is it the weather?
Abhishek Pal there, I mean, you know, we know he's in great form. He won the Delhi Half Marathon back in the tail end of last year, so he's in fabulous form. It may be that he's thinking, look, I've got the Commonwealth Games coming, I've got the Asian Games coming, I need to be preparing for those. Those are the big targets. You know, and a career for an international athlete is defined by their medals at major championships. Today is important, it's a big race day, but actually it'll pale into insignificance compared with getting a medal at the Commonwealth Games when all of India will be cheering, getting a medal at the Asian Games when all of India will be cheering. So he's probably putting in really hard training now. Maybe he's running on tired legs.
Maybe, and you're right about that because the Commonwealth Games is just around the corner. We've got another dignitary joining us here at the IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. Let's take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I am accompanied by N.A. Harris. Mr. Harris, as this race began in your constituency, how proud are you of the role it's played in shaping Bangalore's participative sporting culture?
Good morning. Anyway, it is actually a great pride for Bangalore and Karnataka to host this here in Bangalore and here in my constituency, Shantinagar. And it connects people and connects healthy people, which is very important. Healthy mind, healthy body, and healthy atmosphere is what we want. And I think TCS, this 10K run is making it really possible. And we see more and more people coming, participating and keeping themselves fit to be here, preparing for this. That's really wonderful.
It surely is wonderful. At the same time, it also encourages more people to become healthy. Thank you so much for talking to us and for participating.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's very rightly put. The TCS 10K definitely, of course, makes the city rather vibrant on the day of the race. But overall, when the runners prepare for the race day, that's where athleticism, that's where your fandom for fitness really, really increases. And Bengaluru has become a runner city indeed. Well, very quickly, let me show you the scan and win quiz, because remember, you can participate till 8:30 a.m. That's the cutoff time. And here are the questions. You can sort of answer it in our WhatsApp bot, and what you win is a 2-night stay at the Windsor Hotel that we just showed you, the ITC Hospitality. The TCS World 10K Bengaluru is held during which month of the year? Is it Feb, is it March, is it April, or is it May? The second question is, what is the ethos of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru? Is it Forever Bengaluru? Is it Always Bengaluru? Is it Together Bengaluru? Or is it Run Bengaluru? And the third question is, on which date will the 2026 edition of the TCS World 10K be held? Well, is it April 12th? Is it May 10th? Is it April 26th? Or is it May 24th? Simply answer this question and you get to win. The top 5 winners get merchandise, of course, of the 10K, but also a 2-night stay at Windsor. Any of these answers that you know? Any hints that you'd like to drop?
No, I haven't got the foggiest idea. I couldn't possibly...
I could imagine. Tim, after witnessing that kind of race, of what we've witnessed here, of course, in the international elite men, I understand the brain fog. But none of that was happening there on the field of Bengaluru. It is warm, it is humid, but yet the kind of race that we've seen was spectacular. How different was 2026 for you from 2025?
Well, very different, because this time last year I was in Germany. I wasn't at this race, but it was quicker It was quicker and it was warmer.
I thought you followed it.
And well, I know what the winning times were last year, and this year is considerably quicker, a course record, a race record. The course has changed a little bit year on year. The course has little tweaks here and there, so you cannot say a course record because the course is different. That's why we say a race record. But yeah, I think the fact that each year the number of super elite world-class athletes that come here is growing is an indication of just how much it's respected. People want to come here. They want to run fast in India. Brilliant organisation of these races year after year. You know, that's why they've got World Athletics, the governing body of the sport, gives these races gold labels, and they're very, very hard to earn.
Yes, it is a gold label race, and just to tell you and put into context with the various countries that were participating here, you've got USA, UAE, Uganda, name it, and we still have 2 more races to come through. We take a short break here. You stay tuned. Plenty of action on the other side.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
It's a belter. It's a belter. Tanaka twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead. First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's. Long snap, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final, Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Yeah. Now I'm Bengaluru with a grind, no sleep. India is deep, now the whole world peep. 10K on the clock, lace tight, no breaks. City on fire, every move we make. Forever for good, forever we pace. Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you. Forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
Watch UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1, PSG versus FC Bayern Munich. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
Welcome back back to the TCS World 10K. It's the 18th edition, which means we've been here for 18 years now. And over 18 years, the kind of participation that we've seen, it is the richest 10K in the world, on the planet. And what we mean by that, the kind of prize money that was on the line, 210K USD for the international participants, for the Indian participants, a pool of 10,85,000 for men and for women. That is a separate 10,85,000. Gender pay parity, both men and women get the same pay. On the other side, the kind of participation that we've seen in the TCS World 10K, you've got about 36,800 participants, out of which 4,000 are virtual. The total prize pool is just right there in front of you. It's 167,038 US dollars. That's the kind of prize money we're talking about, and that's the reason why it is the richest 10K league in the world. The biggest also when it comes to participation-wise. In terms of sporting event, it is the second most participated sporting event in all of South Asia. Very quickly, Tim, we've witnessed a very beautiful morning here. We've got so many participants now. We've got the Open 10K, which is underway. You've got the corporates coming out. You've got run clubs here in Bengaluru. Well, it has been quite a fest and a celebration that we've seen this morning so far. We still have 2 more races to go.
We do have races to come, but, you know, every box ticked here in Bengaluru. I mean, I think it kicks off the day beautifully when you get very fast racing from the elite athletes, the international elite and the Indian elite. Course record, of course, in the men's race. But it sets up the stage, I suppose, for everybody else, you know. And actually, you've got to remember that the vast majority of the thousands and thousands coming through now are just running so they're celebrating life. They're celebrating good health. It's all so positive. And I just love it. I mean, from now on, the day is kind of chilled for you and I. The elite racing is done. Now we celebrate with the rest of them.
And also just the TCS World 10K, just the kind of things that it stands for. It stands for sustainability. It stands for the fact that we have so many philanthropies coming together to make this race happen. But also just the way we've embraced technology in the TCS World 10K. Remember, there are 4,000 participants who are participating virtually. That means you do not have to be in Bengaluru to be able to be a part of the TCS World 10K. Well, you've got the participants here from Delhi. You've got 4,000 participants. We've got participants from Kolkata, from all across India. You could be in a city or in a village, in a certain district of India. But if you're here for the sport of distance running, well, we've got you sorted. All you have to do is download that app and you could be a participant here. You still have the chance to participate, not in the Open 10K anymore, but we've got the more races, the Maja Run that's coming your way. You could participate in the Maja Run using the app, the TCS World 10K app that we've got. Well, that is such an incredible way to be inclusive, is because sometimes you just do not have the finances to be participating in distance running, but it still makes it possible for you virtually.
Yeah, virtual running is common. I guess virtual running really kicked off during the pandemic, didn't it? A few years ago now. And you can still do the Procam Slam, for example. You know, those 4 big Indian races within a calendar year, they've got to be consecutively, puts you in a very, very special club. But you can do that remotely as well. You don't have to be able to travel to all the races, because that's not cheap. Flying to these races, staying in hotels, everything else that's involved can be pretty costly. And that makes it, to some people, inaccessible. But the remote element makes it available to everybody. And that's the beauty of running. It's open to everybody. It's so easy to do.
And, you know, we were looking at the control center and just a number of elements that are here to be able to make this race possible. How big a part is philanthropy? And over the years, how have you seen it grow?
Well, philanthropy, I mean, I guess in the UK, you could argue we're the champions of philanthropy. The London Marathon is today, and there are tens of thousands of runners in that who are running for charity. In fact, I would say the majority of people running the London Marathon do it for charity, raising tens of millions of pounds. So it is vital, you know, just as sponsorship is vital for races like this. These races can't take place without sponsors. So races like this create a huge groundswell of goodwill in the city for the runners themselves, and the NGOs. Many of the NGOs depend upon races like this. You know, it's vital funds, giving them the money they need to exist and to perform.
Right. Well, Procam has been doing a splendid job across the races. Remember, there is a special thing that we call the program slammers. You've got 4 races, 4 pillared races that are by Procam, and if you participate in all, you become a Procam slammer. But we just witnessed the international and the Indian men and women races. The Open 10K is underway. We'll get you glimpses of what the Open 10K is looking like in just a bit. But also, there are 2 races that we're looking at. You've got the champions of disability, as well as you have the Maja run. But first, we've got another dignitary joining us here in the IDFC First Bank studio. First interview, it's back to Surbhi.
Okay, so I'll get straight to the question. Anand, first things first.
Sure.
What is Race Force and why do you call it the heartbeat behind every Procam finish line?
The Race Force is a volunteering community that we are trying to nurture. And all across the world, most large sporting events are run by volunteers, and this is what we are attempting to do here. Procam races tend to be inclusive, tend to be participative, and that's what we are trying to transfer to volunteering as well.
And we've heard that 800 plus students have signed up. Yeah. Why was tapping into student energy so important?
Well, they're the youth. I'm really interested in the youth. We all are. Besides, these are youth who are invested in this in some way. Youth who are studying hospitality, studying sports science, studying sports management. So these are the people who are invested in this, and why not give them an opportunity?
Perfect. And as the Race Force grows, what's the biggest challenge in terms of building a long-term volunteer community?
That's a great question. The biggest challenge really in India is that we do not have a culture for volunteering. This is the biggest challenge, simply put. So on both sides, we do not understand who the volunteer is. The volunteer does not understand what they need to be doing, right? So this is really the biggest challenge.
I'm sure you'll overcome that challenge with a smile on your face. Thank you so much for your time. Pleasure talking to you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, dignitaries here at the IDFC First Bank. Well, it's good to chat to dignitaries and understand how the sport of running is benefiting the community.
It is, yes. And, you know, the community, these events couldn't take place without participation from the community. And, you know, the discussion just there about 1,000 volunteers being recruited for these events and every event, it does highlight the role of the volunteers. I mean, we should really sit here, Redeemer, you and I, and say thank you to all the volunteers for the fantastic job you do. Now, events like this couldn't take place without them. It means the NGOs wouldn't be able to get the benefit of the runners participating because the event simply would not exist without volunteers. But actually, you know, volunteering in the UK now, and actually more globally, is becoming a qualification. Kids want to have a CV with pages and pages of diplomas or certificates and things they've achieved, and volunteering for something is a very legitimate qualification. It shows you're willing and able and you've got initiative and so on. So it's great for the kids. Everybody wins.
Right, but also the fourth pillar, that is a very, very important pillar when it comes to sports, it is media. Now, the question is, how has the media coverage over the years increased over time? And we've got Neha, who's the VP of Corporate Communications at Procam, telling us more about it.
I think the power of TCS World 10K Bengaluru lies not just at the start line, but the media reach it creates. Our strong editorial storytelling and coverage across traditional media, digital platforms, allied events, conferences ensure that the event travels far beyond Bangalore. It reaches across Indian cities and internationally as well. Our communication strategy is built around multiple narratives, be it human interest stories, stories of individuals who've transformed lives, philanthropy, sustainability and green measures, our athletes, women empowerment, and the race day itself that brings the city alive. All of this is carried through a sustained communication for 2 to 3 months, right from registrations to race day. And this is interspersed with well-managed media engagements, media conferences, which all ensure that the event gets its due. I think because of all this, what it does is that the TCS World 10K Bengaluru finds its place beyond the sports pages. The city media, lifestyle, entertainment, all captures the essence of the event. On an average, we have at least 100 accredited media at the start line, which is a combination of Indian media houses and international houses. They generate over 1,000 articles on different platforms, extensive photo features, front page articles, and all of this helps us to remain relevant and be a part of running conversations globally. What's also wonderful is the sense of ownership that the TCS World 10K Bengaluru has managed to evoke amongst our media fraternity. We've had journalists who shuttle between multiple events, sometimes elections, so that they don't miss the event. In fact, there are many people, many journalists who have started to take up the sport of running. They run and then they report the first-hand experiences of the event. I think in the last 18 editions, the race is as much loved by the running community, our stakeholders and sponsors as it is by the media. I think it is a shared city experience that brings us all together.
It indeed is. And it's good to see the kind of media coverage that has grown over the years, especially for this particular race here in Bengaluru 10K. That was Neha, the VP of Corporate Communications from ProCam, telling us more about it and how important the media coverage is for athletes. Is because that sort of changes your destiny in the sport, and it changes the destiny of the sport itself in the country.
Well, the destiny of the sport is decided by publicity. We've talked about the elements of the volunteers and the sponsorship. The media are a massively important cog in the whole machine. And if all of these things don't do their own job, then it doesn't run smoothly. It's like a well-oiled machine. So getting the media on board, Neha was saying there, over 1,000 articles are generated with the 100 media that are by the finish line. And that's publicity that the sponsors want. It's the publicity the race wants. It sends out the good health message to the world. I mean, everything works very, very smoothly, and this is a well-oiled machine now.
It indeed is, and it is the publicity that the athletes want as well. Remember that, Tim, is because there's an added motivation when you're known for what you do and you do so well. Well, with that, let's head to the IDFC First Bank studio. First interview, we've got another dignitary joining us there.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
On my left, I've got Mr. Maheshwar Rao. Mr. Rao, what efforts go into making Bangalore race ready for an event of this scale?
We have put our teams from the engineering department all across the route. They have done the recce. They have along with the ProCam team, of course, to ensure that it is race ready. The roads are and the whole carpet, everything is perfectly done. And they have worked quite a bit for this.
They have, and I'm sure you're running late for something, so I won't take a lot of your time. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
It's good to hear from dignitaries who run the show. And they're not here only out of passion, but they're also here to motivate the youngsters and motivate themselves. Remember, they're doing the day jobs. These eyes that we were just speaking to, the kind of job that he does is administration. It's highly challenging, and there you find the time to be a part of a spectacle like this here in Bengaluru. How important it is for people in powerful positions to come and support a sport that is only growing in a country like India.
Well, these are movers and shakers. They're influencers of people who are high-end industry people. Their support for an event needs to be given, both sort of, I suppose, spiritually supporting the event, but also practically, financially, if they're in charge of a sponsorship or something like that. Then, these races need everybody to chip in to make them a success.
But, Tim, coming to you, you've been a part of so many races across the world. Which is that country that really stands out for you when it comes to the race?
Well, how can I not say India? I mean, that's putting me on the spot. That's so unfair. No, I come to India 4 times a year now, and I love it here. It is like coming home. I'm greeted at the airport with smiles. I'm greeted at the hotel with smiles and hospitality. Working with you is an absolute pleasure. So it's India. How can I come up with any other country?
Well, all right, there's plenty that we'll be looking forward to. Remember, there are 2 races that will still, of course, be underway. But just continuing our chat over what we've witnessed so far, we've had the highlights that we've just seen of the international elite men as well as women, the Indian men as well as women. But Sanjivani Jadhav, of course, has been the talk of the town. On the other side, Harmanjot Singh, how impressed were you with that man being a part of the international pack and a very thing that he's achieved in the year of 2026?
Yeah, well, these are standard bearers. We talk about how people who have come before in sport are the giants on whose shoulders you stand. And that's what these athletes will be. They're big names now, but in 10 or 15 years' time, we'll be talking about new names, new youngsters who are getting better and better as well.
Right, but you always wonder, and you've got Tim in the studio to answer these questions as to how do they train, how is it different from a 10K to a marathon. Well, here is a little glimpse into the training as well as the medical care that the athletes receive here at the TCS World 10K.
It is very important to know about CPR because if your fellow runner is having a cardiac arrest, it is very important for you to know the baseline of the CPR, where you can give us medical support without the arrival of any ambulance or any medical aid, to perform the CPR, you did not have any degree or you did not need to be a medical personnel. All you need to know about is the right technique, early identification. I'm very glad that ProCam has taken such a great step of initiative. I believe that this will be an eye-opener for every individual. I would like to wish the runners all the very best, and we as a team are here to help you and to support you in all your way.
Well, it's so good to see that, of course, the medical facility here for the TCS World 10K, but also the fact that you do not have to be a prescribed doctor, because that's the kind of training they provide just in case of an emergency here in the races. But very quickly, if you've just tuned into our broadcast, I understand it's early morning, but we've got you covered. We've got the results here. Tim, if you could quickly take us through the results of this morning, please.
Absolutely, yes. Rodrigo Quizera winning the men's race, the men's elite race, international race, I should say, in a new course record. It's the run of the day, 27:31. Anything under 28 minutes is very special indeed, but 27:31 from Rodrigo Quizera was a new course record by 8 seconds. And in the women's race too, we had Florence Nyonkuru, who was a new name. There we see Quizera's time, 27:31, winning by 8 seconds. Now, Harbert Kibet was the pre-race favourite. Great run from the Ugandan, and to close within 8 seconds of the Burundian, and Gilbert Kipkoskei Kiprotich of Kenya, 27:43. And actually, the wonderful thing about that caption, you can see the 5 powerhouses of East African distance running are shown there amongst those different nations. Good day for Rwanda. Florence Nyonkuru winning the women's race, 30:45 by 14 seconds from Brenda Jepchirchir. Chaltuti Deriba of Ethiopia getting on the rostrum as well with 31:03. Really quick running in warm conditions here in Bengaluru. Well, listen, we're going to go to a quick break now. We'll be back right after this with more great events here in the Garden City.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
It's a belter. It's a belter. Tanaka twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead. First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's. Longstaff, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final, Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch Indian Super League, Inter Kashi FC versus Northeast United FC. Live on Sony Sports Network.
Yeah. Now Bengaluru with a grind, no sleep. India was deep, now the whole world peep. 10K on the clock, lace tight, no breaks. City on fire, every move we make. Forever for good, forever we pace. Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you. Forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
इन्होंने शादी का लड्डू अभी अभी चखा। क्या लगता है आपको कि ये हमेशा बना रहेगा?
पतंग उड़ानी पड़ती है, फिर डोर देनी पड़ती है ताकि पतंग उड़ती रहे। वो डोर मेरा पति देता है।
फिर उस डोर को काटता है वो बच्चा। वो लड्डू बच्चे खाने लगते।
नए लड्डू बनेंगे।
नए लड्डू फिर फ्रिज में जाएंगे।
तुम होना इस मंगलवार से रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Hello and welcome back to the TCS World 10K Bengaluru 2026. Is the 18th edition. It's just a little under 7:30 a.m. in the morning. But guess what? Our elite races are already done and our Open 10K is already underway. We've got 2 more races that'll be coming up. 5 races this morning. And now here in the studio, we're joined by someone who spent her career defying gravity. She is our international event ambassador. Please welcome Blanca Vlašić. Well, the Croatian who's taken the sport of high jump by storm, the queen of high jump, as we know her of. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, Blanca, first of all, I met you on the dinner. I had to say that I don't know if you've posted the picture so far, but you looked absolutely stunning in the Indian wear that you wore.
Yeah.
To start from there. And secondly, welcome to Bengaluru. Is it your first time here in India?
Yeah, it's first time overall in India, and I'm having a blast. I mean, it's just the energy of the people, them being so welcome, and I knew, you know, that what to expect roughly, but I was so pleasantly surprised. I'm really enjoying my time.
Well, the weather is a little tough on you, I'm guessing, because it is quite hot and humid.
Yeah, but it's also hot where I live in Split during the summer, though. So I love hot weather. I have nothing against it, except maybe running in this weather. It could be a challenge.
It did look like a challenge, but of course, they flew through the course of Bengaluru. Yes.
But running in this weather, as I understand it, high jumpers don't do a lot of running anyway, Blanca. So you're not a big runner, are you?
No, well, that's changed recently. Not like maybe a few years ago, I took up some running. I find it very easy and very simple. You just put on your shoes and start running. You can do it everywhere, so it's very convenient. And for me, it feels like therapy, and it can be hard, but also you're alone with your thoughts for an hour, and then I find it very relaxing and therapeutic. So I just kept going, and recently I picked up a pace a little bit. So I'm now preparing for half for 21K. I don't know if it's ever going to happen.
Wow!
But 10K I can run. That's for sure.
So we'll see you participate next year, if possible. Yeah. You're our international event ambassador, but you mentioned the fact that you're in Bengaluru enjoying yourself. We had our eyes on you, and we kept our cameras following you to understand that what were you up to. Let me show it to our audience here. There it is.
Okay, this is fine. I was thinking that you will use. No, because I was dancing at the start, so I was hoping you will not show those kind of.
But you're a high jumper. Surely you have natural rhythm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've been busy with all the press cons, of course, and this was the Beyond the Finish Line. It is an event that we have just about 2 days prior to the race day, of course, with Vivek Singh there from ProCam. But you've had fun, and I attended your session on Beyond the Finish Line, and I had a few questions from there that I really wanted to ask you. Okay. First of all, tell the viewers about the record that you hold in high jump, and just put it into context. How tall is 209?
209. Well, it's like I don't know, like a door.
Yeah.
Maybe, like roughly, But it's pretty tall. It's pretty, and people think when they think about the height, oh, it's this tall. Wow. But you need to go with your whole body. It's not just touch it or you go with just part of your body, but your whole body. And I have a long body, if you haven't noticed, so it's pretty challenging.
But 2
How
meters.
can you not notice that? She's about 6'4", by the way, guys.
2 meters 9 is 6'9", I think, or 6'10".
I don't
if you
know.
want it
I don't know in
old feet and inches. Yeah, because it's 183 is 6 foot and so on. It is astonishing. But do you feel you got the best out of yourself, Blanca? Do you think there was more to come? Could you have gone higher? I'm always curious about that.
Yeah, but no, I definitely, I thought definitely that I had more, and when for sure my world record was one of my goals, and I wanted to jump it so badly, but I was also thinking, okay, world record was at the time 209, so 210 would be the new world record, but I never stopped at that height. I was like, let's see how far I can go. And, I was once asked my dad, do you think, 215 is maybe possible? And he said, everything is possible. Because, I really felt that I didn't give it all in technique-wise. Also, I didn't...
Commitment?
Commitment was there, but all the other, I was 24, 25 when I reached my peak, and there were still some good years left in the tank. If I would continue being healthy, probably bigger heights would happen.
Yeah. Oh,
that's the thing.
We'll actually talk a little bit more about that, but since you are here, Blanca, we want to show you an aspect of the TCS World 10K that we cover. We not only celebrate, of course, the athletes, the elite athletes who are gifted with athleticism and to be able to compete in the sport at the highest level, but we also celebrate every day, people who go to have corporate jobs, people who have, disabilities, who've been taking on the sport of running, not only as passion, but also just to improve a certain aspect of your life. This is a segment that we call our running heroes, and our very first running hero is a duo. It's a couple that took on the sport of distance running, a kilometer that is measured in marriage. Take a look. Well, the couple that we're talking about here is Shamla and Manmohan. Manmohan, of course, they've been here with a part of ProCam for the last 16 years, a marriage that is measured in kilometers, and there they are running and participating in the Open 10K this morning. The elites are only half of this morning. Beneath every fast time, a slower, quieter, and more stubborn energy that we celebrate in running heroes. The runners who just keep showing up edition after edition, kilometer after kilometer. And of course, this particular story really stands out for us is because during COVID, there is something that really stood out about Manmohan, that on his terrace, he made a 60-meter loop on his terrace to keep participating in his own way, to be preparing for the marathon that lied ahead. And this was only during COVID. And remember, he's participated in a full marathon. And Shamla on the other side has been his partner, and how not just in marriage but also in the sport, because stride for stride, start to finish, running the same roads, this couple has been a true example of how partnership across a certain sport can only strengthen the marriage. Well, there they are, the couple's having a good time at home. We got a glimpse of them. Our camera crew went to their house to just cover their story, and that's Shamla and Manmohan. How interesting is it to see such stories when you come across a married couple who've taken to the sport of running and made it a center point of their life?
Well, I think it's very interesting. I mean, for people who are together, it's very important to have the same passion, the same interest, and for them to share that goal, I think as you said, it makes their marriage, their relationship even stronger. So it's very nice that you're actually sharing these everyday stories that nobody has the opportunity to hear, because the running is really all-inclusive sport, and then you're including everybody. I mean, it is important to see that everybody can participate, and this is just the example for every other couple or single person or man, woman, child to just put on the shoes and try. I mean, it's
your
possible
husband's
for
an athlete
everyone.
as well, isn't it?
No.
No. Your brother is.
Your brother.
Your brother is, yeah.
And I know that you got involved with the Split, your home city marathon. We've been talking about it over the last couple of days. Are you getting more heavily involved in that now?
No, I'm just like, it's just something that I want to do for my city, and I want to help the big manifestations that are happening in my city. So I'm always at their disposal. I think it has potential, and I think it can grow. It's a great scenery. It's Split is Hollywood. Sorry, holiday destination. So it's people love to come and just be a part of the race and enjoy the scenery.
Well, since you spoke about Hollywood, right? We have a very interesting story about how you were named. So tell us the story. Tell us the views.
Well, my name is Blanca, and I was named by Casablanca, the city, because in '83, the year I was born, my dad won a gold medal in Mediterranean Games, and I was then. He came
in Casablanca.
Home. Yeah, in Casablanca. And then the fun fact was, my grandma first said, yeah, let's call her Casablanca. And then my mom said, let's lose the first part. So it stayed Blanca.
Well, interesting.
So it's not a Croatian name, it's a unique name.
Blanca, yeah. It's more like, you can say it's more like Italian name, Bianca.
Yeah.
Right. Well, of course, we want to show you a lot of stories that are coming from the Indian community. And this is a particular one that really stood out for us because this is a story about a man, how he wanted to get over substance abuse and he took on the sport of running just to be able to save his life. A very interesting story. This is for Vikas.
Hello, my name is Vipul Ruparelia and I am elder brother of Vikas Ruparelia, who is a full marathon runner. Once I heard about this TCS run, so I don't know how to register online, so I requested him to register online. So he used to laugh at me that you are a fool, you are paying money and running. After 2-3 years, I used to run. Then once I challenged him that you run and show me the 10 kilometers in 1 hour, and he accepted the challenge. That first TCS he took 1.5 hours, 92 minutes or something it took, and I completed in 1 hour. Then he got very serious into running. From the day one, someone had told him, if you can't be number one, then you be different. So that sentence got stuck in his mind. So he can't be number one. So he want to be different. So he does all these arts and all. With this running, a lot of his bad habits, he quit it because he used to smoke and he used to drink and all the things he used to do. And once he started running, he came to know that with this habits, he can't run full marathon. So all that habits are gone now.
Vikas Ruparelia, what a story. The man wanted to get rid of substance abuse. He was drinking, smoking, but now it's all gone because the man was challenged by his brother and he couldn't run a marathon if he was damaging his lungs. But having said that, just talking about how sport changes your life. How has sport changed your life, Bianca?
Well, I think you don't have to be a top athlete to be changed by sport because through sport, being involved in sports community, you learn a lot about life. Little kids in a very fun and non-pressured way learn about commitment, dedication, discipline, what it means to have a long-term goals nowadays that when everybody are oriented in just let's have it here now in this moment. So it's very important to learn very early that if you want to achieve something, it takes time, it takes patience, it takes dedication every day. So those are values that you can use in any line of work and in your everyday life.
What would Blanca have done if she hadn't been a high jumper? What would have been your other passion?
Probably like volleyball, some other sport.
It would have been sport.
Yeah.
Basketball, given her height.
Yeah, also, yeah. But I think it's very important for kids to get involved in sport because you also develop a habit that it stays with you. Then are you active still? He's still training. And it's because he was active his whole life. So if we get those first like 15, 16 years of our lives being active, it's most likely that we'll pick it up also as adults. And we all know that it's really can have impact on our physical and mental health. So I think sport changes lives.
You should probably have been a goalkeeper because you wouldn't have had to move. You just stop the ball like that.
Yeah.
But I wonder that how did you zero down on the sport of high jump? What are the other sports that you tried before high jump became a core part of
First I tried tennis, but I didn't. There were some issues with tennis because my sparring partner was a little bit older than me, and when you're young, 2 years is a huge gap, and she was always beating me, and I couldn't stand it, so I was kind of frustrated. Then I tried a little bit of basketball, volleyball, and it was fun, but I'm more an individual player, something also that I found out through trying other sports. But since my dad was always at the stadium, he was a coach, so I would go there with him. He would babysit me there, and then eventually he just, I started to train with a group of athletes, and that's how I developed love for track and field, for athletics, and of course tried all other events. Long jump, sprints. I was part of the relay. I'm not that fast, but when you're young, it doesn't matter. And then I just, one day I just tried high jump, and I felt it was, where I should stay.
Well, you were looking down on the bar most of the time, so I guess, do you feel any affinity with any other sport? What's your you know, are you into soccer? Are you into,
in general,
cricket, I'm guessing?
To watch, no, yeah, I still need to learn about the cricket. I mean,
you're in the right country for that.
Yeah.
What's your next favourite sport?
I like to watch football. You know, my brother is playing, and then Croatian national team always does great in big competitions. So, but that's like, you know, that's like the whole next level of emotion, watching your brother play, especially when he does the penalty. I cannot watch it. I cannot watch. then now I understand how everybody felt in my family when I was jumping. You know, because now you know how we felt. But it's so yeah, probably football that I like to sit and watch.
Right, but one more question that I have for you: who was your hero? Who was your icon when you were growing up?
Well, I never had like hero from my event, but you know whom I admired always those athletes who were able to tell the story besides just performing. So I don't know if you know, there is a tennis player from my country called Goran Ivanišević.
Of course.
When he won Wimbledon.
Yeah.
It was a story. It was something that touched everyone in Croatia, you know, and we welcomed him back. There were people on the street because every time he played, you could see what he's feeling. You could really, he would drag you into the story. And I was always thinking, if I will ever be an athlete, I want to be able to express myself in that way, because that's when you connect with people, and then that is when your performance becomes bigger than you, you know?
Yeah, talking about stories, you've got another story here that will truly drag you in. It is about a lady called Sunitha Srinivasan, but what is really, really striking about the lady is the fact that she is India's first woman tea taster. And not just that, she has also written 3 books. She's also a dog lover. She has stray dogs that she takes care of, a yoga teacher and all of that, and she's taken to the sport of running.
I met Sunitha around 25 years ago. At that time, I was not living in India. First thing what she told me when I came to Chennai to visit her is, okay, tomorrow I have a run and I have no time for you, so you entertain yourself. And from that moment onwards, I knew that running is a central part of her life and I better don't mess with it. I remember the first 2-3 runs, I was dropping her there. I was sitting in the grandstand in the Kantirva Stadium, seeing everything. Her writing is something which she has done more or less all her life in the form of articles. When Corona struck and we had a little bit more time, we said, okay, now let's let her write her first book. Gradually moved out of the corporate world into doing something on our own. We were lucky that we were able to revive chemical business because we could modernize the formulation what she used to have and relaunch these cleaning products. TCS run is an integral part of the urban life. Wishing her and all the other runners a fantastic race weekend and big fun, especially, of course, Sunitha reaches their goals.
What a lovely story. You've got Sunitha there, who's not just stuck to one hobby, and apart from that, she's found another way of expressing herself. She's written 3 books, a yoga teacher, but apart from that, also India's first woman tea taster. Put that in context, in 1.4 billion, and now also a runner. What an incredible story. That also brings me to the fact that, Blanca, what else, apart from sport, is keeping you busy?
My son.
Oh, yes, son.
Yeah.
But also I hear that you've started a media platform, which is like a LinkedIn for athletes.
Yeah, it's like I have 2 digital platforms. RTB, Raising the Bar. It's like a place to go for all people who are working in sport industry, athletes, former athletes, managers, coaches, physiotherapists, everybody who want to. It's a place to connect. And then we have a digital platform for parents, kids, and sports organizations that help children to find the sport they are talented for. Not necessarily to be the best in the world, but just to find that perfect match. And just to, the goal is actually to decrease the dropout rate that is huge when they're like 13, 14. The dropout rate is like 70%. Everybody will start the sport, but not so many kids will stay in it. So we wanted to prevent that. So in this platform, you know, you have everything about youth sport in one place. It's very practical for youth, for parents. They have the profiles of their kids, and they can just search the sports of their interest, and then try it for free for some time. So, you know.
How did you get over that hump? You know, between, I guess, 13 and 17 is the dropout years.
Yeah.
Were you so successful at 13, 14 that it never occurred to you to drop out, or?
Well, I found high jump when I was 14, so it just became interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, because I was searching by then. I was doing multiple sports, but I think, I don't know. I think it was my dad's vision that kept me. You know. I didn't want, when I started high jump, he said, one day you will be the best in the world. No, he said the best in the Europe. And everybody laughed. And I was like, okay, you know. And then when I became a world champion, people would ask me, oh, are you surprised? Are you happy? I said, I'm so happy, I'm so humble. But you know, guys, I mean, I knew this will happen like 10 years ago, because you just believe what your dad says, you know. So I think it's all about that motivation that drives you, and then it can be somebody else, it can be coming from you. If you're focused on something, that goal doesn't have to be, and you know, it's not, of course, always a world medal. It's something maybe smaller, but something where you can say, okay, I've made it. You know, when you turn around, you can be proud of yourself. So I think, you know, motivation and just everyday push. You know, it's not to just focus on that big goal, but just make small goals every day.
Yeah, what an incredible story. I'm going to dive deep because I have a few questions on that as to, you know, how did the childhood come about and what was the exact moment. But before that, let me tell you that Omar Abdullah, the Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is back to the pro-cam races. He was here participating in the TCS World 10K. We caught up with him. Let's take a look at what the man has to say.
I am in the company of Mr. Omar Abdullah. Mr. Abdullah, you've run Mumbai, Delhi, Kashmir, and now you're done running here in Bangalore as well. That too with your sons. What makes sport as a family so powerful for well-being?
Well, running is a great way to get some exercise. You can do it anywhere, in almost any weather. And you can do it on your own. You can do it in company. You decide how far and how fast. So it really, I mean, for me, it's the perfect way just to get some time to myself and clear my head. It's also a time when I regret sort of ever taking it up, particularly when it's really hot and humid like it is here in Bangalore.
Yes, and I've heard that you beat your sons as well in terms of timing.
I was a bit faster than them, but in their defense, they've only started running recently.
Nice, the father protecting their son. Thank you so much for chatting with us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone at Bangalore for being such amazing hosts. The crowd is, I mean, it really lifts you. So thank you to everyone who came out on Sunday morning and cheered us along. You were great.
You were great as well. Thank you.
It is true. He's a veteran here in the races, and the sons are only catching up with the father, the Honorable Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Shri Omar Abdullah here, and he's been a regular face in the pro-cam races. We've seen him here at the 10K Bengaluru last year as well. We've seen him in the marathons. But the man is keeping up. After all the kind of responsibilities that he has as the Chief Minister, he's still here for fitness and also for cheering the community. But Blanca, coming back, what was that exact moment like when your father discovered that you were made for high jump?
There were three of us actually there, because my dad was coaching me all the time, and then he said, yeah, I know high jump because he was a decathlete and he knows something about high jump, but he's not like 100% expert on every single detail about technique. So we brought Boyan, who was until the end of my career, my second coach, and he was also a high jumper, so he knew that technique very well. And one day he just said, let's just try high jump, and we'll bring Boyan, and Boyan will see it and say what he thinks. And then Boyan said after the first jump, said, yeah, this is like, it's very clear you're natural. And then he told me a few things that I should correct in my technique, and I would do it right away. So it's not just about if you're good for that sport, but if you're also ready to learn and able to learn, you know, about technique, and all these things needs to come together in order so you can say, okay, this is complete fit. So once, I mean, I started then to practice more often, and the results came pretty fast. And that's actually, when first result comes, it keeps you going.
Can you see yourself getting into coaching? Could you put back in? Because
I was thinking
coaches can improve the next generation.
I know, I was thinking about it. But then, you know, I had such a long career, and every emotion in the book that could happen happened. And I'm still waiting for that time, that moment where I feel it, oh, I want to experience it again. You know, I'm still like so overwhelmed by everything, and I'm thinking to go all over again with somebody.
But it's giving, you're giving so much. It's a lovely feeling.
Yeah. I know, but I just think that I just need a couple of more years to to want to, because it's really not easy. I mean, everybody sees, you know, results, and it's nice and pretty on TV, and, you know, but behind the scene, it's so much work. You know, it's so much dedication every day. And when I see, because when I first started, we didn't have an indoor, we didn't have proper conditions. We were fighting on all fronts just to do one practice. You know, there were days when we would go into a basketball indoor, and then we had like a track that was like blocks, and then we would put everything for an hour just for me, so I could do like 15 jumps and then put it back together so the guys can come and play. So you fight for every training, and I know how difficult it is, and I'm just saying, like, I need a little bit more energy to start that kind of process again.
It's a very giving thing.
Yeah, it is.
All right, well, how old is your son, though? Because you might be going through that emotion.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a track and field athlete. We'll see. I think he'll be told. Maybe he will be in love with basketball. I'll just be mom on the court, the boring, loud mom.
Well, we'll see. Well, with that, something fun coming your way. Blanca, you're going to really enjoy it. It's called breaking carbs. Now, this gets even tougher for the participants of the Open 10K. Remember, this is a clash of the run clubs that we have in Bengaluru. 5 run clubs, of course, locking horns, and this is beyond the race. Here they'll be doing all sorts of competitions. We bring to you breaking carbs. Over to our reporter.
We've got some of the most iconic run clubs here with us today from Bengaluru. We've got Jayanagar Jaguars, Running Roadies, Runners 360, and Run Addicts. We're all set with our first activity, which is the burpee broad jump. Well, we've got our participants ready. Can you all go ahead and take your positions, everyone? Please take your positions. You have 60 seconds. You have 60 seconds is your time. And on my count, let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, guys, give us all you got. Come on, let's see that power. Come on, faster, faster. Don't bump into each other. Come on. This is our first activity, which is the burpee broad jump. Well, we are 30 seconds out already. 30 seconds to go. Come on, you can do this. All right, we've got some of the most iconic run clubs from Bengaluru participating in breaking carbs. 15 seconds to go. Come on, everybody. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's stop. All right, here we go. That was absolutely amazing. Those of you around, give them a round of applause. Amal, congratulations to you. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Just put this into context. It's after the 10K that they went for the burpee broad run.
And it's still not AM.
It is still not. Well, talk about that. But what is the routine of a high jumper like just after you finish a jump?
Just after the finish.
After the competition.
After competition. Well, after competition was my happiest time. You know why? Because I knew I wasted so much energy that I can eat a little bit of chocolate. And so that was very happy time for me. But usually, you know, I would just discuss the competition with my coach, went for dinner, or, you know, just, you know, try to relax. But it's very hard to sleep after competition, especially after a big one.
Yeah.
You're like adrenaline, you know, it's like the whole night, mostly the whole night you're awake. So it's very, very hard to calm down. So the normal life starts only like 24 hours after.
So no burpees. There were no burpees.
No,
after that.
no burpees after high jump. No. Just like cold plunge. That's it.
Well, this is just a competition that we're doing there. It is between the run clubs. But Blanca, it's been a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And you've been an incredible international event ambassador.
And you're going shopping this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I need to buy some souvenirs, some spices, and you know, my friends are expecting me. So
saris. So you've had some really incredible textile saris here.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't make saris for big women. I mean, I tried few, and they're all too short. So maybe next time I can have them custom made or something.
Custom made.
Because I love them.
I've kept that in mind. Everybody who's watching, they're wondering that how's that even possible that you've not gotten a sari of your size. We'll make sure that's coming your way. We're going to take a short break here.
Okay.
But on the other side, we're watching a broadcast you can participate in as well. You still have time to participate. This is Scan and Win. This is the quiz. Here are the questions. The first question is, the TCS World 10K Bengaluru is held during which month of the year? Feb, March, April, May. The second question is, what is the ethos of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru? Is it Forever Bengaluru, Always Bengaluru, Together Bengaluru, or Run Bengaluru? And the third question is, on which date will the 2026 edition of the 2026 TCS World 10K be held? Is it April the 12th? Is it April the 26th, May the 10th, or May 24th? We'll take a short break here. Send in your answers in a WhatsApp bot. Top 5 lucky winners win merchandise as well as a 2-night stay at Windsor. Stay tuned.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
It's a belter. It's a belter. Tanaka twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead.
First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's.
Longstaff, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live.
World champions. पर भूख अभी खत्म नहीं हुई.
India win by 97 runs.
क्योंकि women in blue के लिए एक बार जीतना काफी नहीं है. इसीलिए इस बार नजर है T20 dominance पर.
This is brilliant batting.
और उनका अगला स्टॉप है इंग्लैंड. देखिए इंडिया वुमेन्स टूर ऑफ इंग्लैंड 3 T20 आईज 28 मई से लाइव सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर.
Welcome back to the TCS World 10K 2026, the richest league in the world, the biggest league in the world. And you also please note, it is the best field that we had here in the TCS World 10K. The richest race, the biggest race, as well as the best field. Just put that into context and just think about it for a minute, that what we've witnessed from the morning till now. And it's not even 8 a.m. yet. Remember, at 8 a.m. is where our next race kicks off. 5 races, 3 almost done. Now, just talking about the women participation, because that has gone up by 25% in 2026. We have a total of 36,800 and plus participants this year, out of which 4,000 are virtual, but 25% of them are women. New York Marathon has 50% participation. We still have another 25% to cover up, but how big is that a feat for India?
Well, it's monstrous, because when I first came here 20 years ago, over 20 years ago, Redeemer, the percentage of women in some of these big races was less than 10%. It was single figures. It was minute. So there's a cultural shift going on within India generally, but actually perhaps running is the standard bearer of that. The movement of running is actually leading the way, making women, giving women more power in a way, more independence, and that's brilliant.
It indeed is. Well, talking about power, you need a lot of power for this particular segment, for this particular game, is because this is called breaking carbs. Now, if you just tuned into the broadcast, I want to yet again tell you what we're doing here. Right after the race finishes, you've got a few running clubs in Bengaluru, 5 of them actually, who are locking horns in this particular competition. What is it? Take a look.
We're all set for our second activity, which is Vrikshasana, which is a traditional yoga pose, yoga tree pose. Well, we have our participants up and ready here for the Vrikshasana challenge. Well, go ahead and close your eyes and put your hands up. Then on my count of 3 to 1, we can get started. Close your eyes, close your eyes. All right. So now on my count of 3, 2, 1, 1, you will have to put your leg up. So let's start in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so we've got 1 minute challenge where you will have to balance. Well, let's see the real test of endurance right here after the 10K race. Well, this is the second activity of breaking carbs, the clash of the run clubs. Here we are. Holy shit. All right, 1 done, 1 down, 1 down. Well, that's 20 seconds up already. Nice. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. Both of them. Give them both a round of applause, everybody. Very, very well done. Come to the center, ladies. All right, so we have 2 winners for this challenge, for the Vrikshasana challenge. Hi, what's your name? Anahita. Anahita, and you are?
This is Preetam.
Preetam, superb. Many congratulations to the both of you. Both of you have been superb all throughout. Well, can we have the prizes, please? Well, this is for you. Many congratulations to you. All right, one more coming right up. Preetam, that's for you, and Anahita, we have your prize coming right up. Well, this is breaking carbs, and we have Vrikshasana challenge happening. More challenges coming right up. Well, stay right here to participate.
Well, what we see now is the start of the Champions with Disability race. That was breaking carbs that we witnessed. Thank you so much, Nicole. But Champions with Disability, you have 804 participants. And we also have the Senior Citizens race. The 2 races that were to begin. Remember, there are 5 races today. You had the Elite International men as well as Indian men. You have the elite international women and Indian women. Then you had, of course, the Open 10K that just got over, and those are the participants that we've seen breaking calves. And now we have the champions with disability and the senior citizens. What we see here is wheelchair racers that are surging. Of course, is the arm power that takes them through these races. But more than that, I like to call champions with disability the champions with determination, because that is what you need to get through with this kind of feat in life. For everybody who's watching, if you still have an excuse to not take on those shoes and get running, well, here is your inspiration.
You know, another way of putting it is champions who are differently able. That phrase came out of the London Olympic Games in 2012. Not disabled, differently able. And you know, I think these are the most powerful pictures of the day in some respects. It shows that anybody can. It's accessible to all. There are no barriers. You know, I love it. I think the signals, the messages pushed out to everybody watching this are so powerful.
And the senior citizens, don't forget that, Tim. You've got the senior citizens here moving with pride, moving with purpose, moving with joy. And here, the athletes here on wheelchairs, of course, enjoying their time, the morning here in Bengaluru. It is a celebration. You've got Kannada music, you've got the sparks in the air, and this is a fine, fine morning in this city. And you also have the visually impaired athletes who will be with their guides participating in the champions with disability race this morning. And they're not just champions themselves, but just looking at them, so many champions will be made here. Whoever is watching this broadcast or are on the streets of Bengaluru, because highly, highly inspiring.
Well, every one of them is a champion, and we all wake up with different challenges every morning, but this is very humbling, some of these pictures, no, because the spirit, the determination to be involved, to enjoy life is absolutely incredible.
And this is the race that I call as the soul of the TCS 10K in many ways, because it means a lot to the state of Karnataka and overall India. And just when you talk about inclusion, you talk about humanity, you talk about courage when it comes to the sport of distance running, this is a fine example of that. The champions with disability and the senior citizens race. Speed, yes. Records, yes. But this is different. This is very different. This is beyond that. This is beyond the finish line. This is about your soul being tested in many ways.
Just hold on, Madi. Track na clear ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ ನಾವು. Just hold on.
And it is about taking part. You know, the old Olympic ethos. It's about taking part.
Participation, of course, a huge part of the race. And you've got the senior citizens who are lined up to take on the streets of Bengaluru. This gives me immense joy as I watch them, is because many of them have spent their lives working at a desk job, 9-to-5 job, been in the corporate sector, but other than that, of course, taking on the responsibilities of family life. And you get very little time, especially in the construct of society that we have here in India. You get very little time for yourself, because it's all about being able to be giving to your family in many ways, whether it's financially or emotionally. So you get very little time for yourself. This is that part of your life where you decide that I'm going to give this is a bit of me time, if you truly ask me, because this is where you've decided that I'm going to make my health a priority. Also because age, of course, is an incredible thing, because it sort of forces you towards the activities of being fit.
And you know what's lovely about this too is you look at the senior citizens who've learned about responsibility and obligation and doing the right thing all their lives. But this is where they really cut loose. They just enjoy themselves. There's no rules.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, is because we were watching the warm-ups of the Open 10K, and you can see the athletes out there. They're not elite athletes, but those who are taken to the sport of racing, to the sport of running, they are very serious about it. If you just take a look at the warm-ups, they are into the sport. But these guys here are not only here to race, but they're actually having fun. I think the element and the quotient of fun is far, far more in the senior citizens races compared to the other races.
Well, I guess it's because the majority of these people have got most of their life behind them. They're actually making the most of the years they've got left, you know, whereas when you're young, you can take things seriously. you've got plenty more years in which to have fun, but they take it very seriously. These guys, it's fun for the run.
It is fun for the run, and that's the reason why the background music there to pump them up. I hope our viewers can hear them loud and clear. But this is for some reason it's called the Senior Citizens Run. But I have to tell you, the energy that these guys are exhibiting on the streets of Bengaluru, there is nothing not young about it. It's got a certain element of youth in it. And we have the dignitaries. We have the dignitaries of Karnataka who are arriving here to be a part and to encourage the athletes who participated, the runners who participated in the TCS World 10K in 2026. It's like the whole city is coming together. The whole state, rather, coming together.
That gentleman with the beard looks remarkably like our producer, actually. I was wondering if he's just sneaked out there and got a little run in.
Well, our producer, honestly, has an answer to that. He says that you'll be participating in this race, Tim, soon.
Yes, I know. I'm going to be speaking to him later.
Okay, moving on. But Tim, I have to ask you that as an Olympian, as a person who's taken on to the sport at the highest level, when you see stories like our runner's story, or you see races like the Senior Citizens and Champions with Disability, is there an added motivation that you want to take on to the sport of running yet again?
I'm not quite sure what you're driving at there, but yeah, I still enjoy my running. I run 3 or 4 times a week, very, very slowly, and I'm old enough now to not really care about the pace I run at. You know, you don't have any ambitions. After about the age of 35, 40, you're not going to run any new personal bests. So I just participate. It's the battle of the bulge because I'm putting on a bit of weight. So, no, I just enjoy my jogging.
I want to know the speed of that jogging. I really do. I want to clock it.
Really slow.
Really?
I promise you.
Okay, well, with that, it's time for another running story coming your way. The man is Gokul Kamath, and it's a very interesting story because he's an engineer, he's an ISC engineer. But how did he come to the sport of running? How did he fall upon it? Well, it started with the fact that his pants didn't fit, and he didn't like that fact, and that became a motivation factor.
Introduce my father to you. He's a retired software engineer who used to work in companies like Wipro and Tech Mahindra. He's currently retired now. He's been running for the better part of 17 years, and he's a veteran at this point of time. So his running journey began in 2008 when he went to Majestic to buy a pair of pants, and a comment was passed that he can go for size 36 or 38 rather than his choosing of 34. So that sparked the trigger of him starting his fitness journey. And in 2009, the TCS 10K, he kept running the event. And after 2009, he never looked back because my grandfather was diabetic at the age of 45. So considering this, he started his fitness journey and he never looked back ever again. Now, currently, he's going to run his 16th TCS World 10K. He runs this event every year. What started as a fitness journey is now a journey that is filled with passion, dedication, and the hunger for dopamine.
Hunger for dopamine is what he says. But we are back to the Senior Citizens Run as well as the Champions of Disability. These aren't stories of limitation, let me tell you that. Even the stories that we're witnessing in the our running heroes, these aren't stories of limitation. These are stories of defiance, because they've defied every block that could come their way, and they've gone ahead. Every step you're about to witness is a statement. That strength is not defined by what's missing, but what refuses to give up. Who refuses to give up? And they refuse to give up. And that's the reason why they're here this morning yet again to be a part of this incredible extravaganza that we have on the streets of Bengaluru. The determination, this isn't just a race against the clock. It's a race against every doubt that ever existed in your mind. And right now, I can tell you one thing, that belief is winning for sure. And of course, the fact that they're having fun is just the cherry on the cake. It's just cherry on the cake. The highlight, of course, the athletes that I see in front of me, and I would like to call them athletes because some of them train for these kind of races really, really hard. Especially, of course, as a senior citizen, when you're taking on to a race like this, you have to train a little before you take on the streets and also have a lot of fun this morning. They're here to challenge The very definition of strength. That's exactly what they're doing. Challenging the very definition of strength, because courage like this, I have to say that it is truly relentless. And very soon we'll be joined by another dignitary here in our studio, and a very special dignitary. I'd like to continue the chat as we show you the visuals of the senior citizen run and all the fun that they're having here in Bengaluru. The race has just kicked off, and we'll get you all the glimpses. But we have someone very special who's joined here in the studio, and this is a very special man from TCS. It is Sunil Deshpande, who is the regional head of the TCS Bengaluru. And guess what? He's just coming from the 10K. He's just run the Open 10K. How was it? Is it hot out there? Because we're sitting here in the AC.
Initially, 5-10 minutes we felt it's hot, but then the crowd took us along, and it was just a wonderful experience. You know, we really loved it.
Have you been doing some training for this? You were ready?
I've been doing a lot of training, and I had some personal milestones to achieve today, which I could do.
What were those?
Let me keep that with me.
Oh, okay.
You can't tease us like that.
You can just put it on broadcast and go like, you know what, I'm not going to tell you guys.
Probably some other day.
Some other day.
Next year is always a better year.
But this is your first 10K?
This is my first 10K at Bangalore, TCS Bangalore World 10K.
In Bangalore. Where else have you participated?
So I've done a couple of TMM and... Are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Okay.
Everybody's watching. Yeah.
So I have done a couple of other races, but TCS World 10K is my first one. And I'm so proud, so happy that I could run along with my colleagues.
Did it get tough the last couple of kilometers? Or were you in control?
The last 2.5 kilometers was all adrenaline rush.
Yeah.
The crowd around next to you kept cheering you to keep going to the finish line. And what a wonderful feeling, 37,000 runners this morning. 17,000 plus of them in TCS World 10K, Open 10K category. And what was really fascinating is that we could get a full subscription within flat 7 days for the entire Open 10K. Way back when we started about 17 years back, 10K used to have very limited slots, and the Majaran and other categories used to get maximum slots. But this time, it was brilliant. And we could see so much of energy on the streets this morning. I saw so many text messages where people said that the popular restaurants are empty because entire Bangalore is on roads today.
Oh, wow. Wow, that's a statement. And it was also because it's got that kind of mileage and coverage, because, you guys are really training hard for that Open 10K and participating. But we're going to show you some fun. Some fun because you have to see that you've got a few run clubs in Bengaluru who are competing even after they finish the Open 10K. It's called Breaking Carbs, and a very interesting competition. It's the Lemon and Spoon. Let's see how they're faring.
Lemon and Spoon.
We're at the Breaking Carbs Challenge, the clash of the run clubs. Well, we're at a third activity, which is the lemon spoon squats. We have our participants up and ready. Well, everybody, can we have the lemon and spoon in your mouth? And you've got 60 seconds to participate in this challenge. The person who does the maximum number of squats will win while keeping that lemon and spoon intact. All right, participants, are you ready? Ready? All right, so let's start in 3, 2, 1, go! Come on, guys, you have 60 seconds. This is Breaking Carbs, the clash of the run clubs. All right, so you need to get that position right. You need to go down, go down, yes. Keep going, guys, come on. You need to go down, down, yes. All right, so 20 seconds up already. Well, what we have right now is the lemon spoon squats. Well, this is just turning out to be very competitive. Everybody's doing great. All right, so you guys need to go down, yes. All right, so the essence of this challenge is you need to get your squats right while keeping that lemon and spoon intact. So yes, you've got last 10 seconds to go. We have 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's stop. Superb, everybody. Can we all give them a round of applause? Well, that was the lemon spoon squats, and all of them have done absolutely fantastic. But we've got a clear winner who has done the squats absolutely perfectly while keeping that lemon and spoon intact. Well, that's her. What's her name? Adira. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Sorry about that. What's your name? Sayanthan. All right, we have Sayanthan, who has done the maximum number of squats while keeping that lemon and spoon intact with the correct posture. Thank you very much. Many congratulations to you. And here you go. This is for you. Oops, hold this down. Yeah. This is for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, I feel for them. You're calling it the clash of run clubs. I'm calling it the wrath of run clubs right now. It's because you're doing squats after you finish 10K. Now, that is incredible. That is incredible. It can get confusing then, Nicole, as to who's the winner, because all of them are not really touching the ground and coming up in those squats. Is because it's next to impossible after a 10K. But coming back to you, Sunil, we've been here in the studio throughout the morning. We've not gotten a chance to actually witness the vibe. What's the vibe like?
Vibe is truly electrifying, right from the start. You have cheerleaders around, and their costumes, the energy that they bring onto the road, it's unbelievable. And especially the last 2 to 3 kilometers, some of them were dropping their shoulders, and that's when the cheerleaders played a very, very critical role, and they ensured that people get to that finish line very quickly. And this has been the trend, right? The whole intent is, it's a participative sport.
This is what you're talking about, the vibe. Now I can witness it.
Now you can see. Now you can see.
Now I can truly.
They haven't run 10K, have they?
It looks like
they didn't run fast enough.
You see, they are showing their medals. They have done their 10K.
Yeah,
wow.
They have. They're showing off their medals, and they've run 10K, and they still have that kind of energy to dance it out. This is.
It's called a warm down. It's called a warm down. That makes sense. Gets rid of the waste products in your legs. So are you feeling that energized?
Very much. And the best part of this year's World 10K was over 30-35% of people were outsiders who came into Bangalore. Some of them from different countries. And this was quite challenging for them as well, considering the heat and all. But somehow I felt the weather was a little kind on us today. It's not that hot how it used to be previous year. So I'm glad that we did not have any incidents en route, and everybody who participated could complete the race.
How big is the running culture in TCS?
Oh, it's massive. In fact, our former chairman of Tata Group started the culture of marathon way back in 1919. When he sponsored Sir Dorabji Tata, he sponsored 3 Indians to represent India in Olympic. So
in 1919?
1819, yes, in the Olympics. And since then, we have been doing it. We have been sponsoring. We love this culture of running. Not just in the field of running, we were there in Formula One, Ferrari. We were Tour de France. We have sponsored. Tata IPL is what we do. But when it comes to running, it is very, very close to our heart. 14 global races is where we are title and technology partners. And 5 out of 7 Abbott World Major Marathons are from TCS.
Got Sydney, London, New York.
Amsterdam, Boston, all of them.
Boston, yes.
How incredible is that? No, but the Tata Group has been the pioneer in many such events for India.
And we do a world of good to the cities where these races happen, right? There was a brand finance report last year where Tata sponsored races across the globe. We were able to generate about $2.56 billion of incremental revenue to the city where the races are organized.
Oh, wow.
And the social cause associated with it. So we love this culture of running. We love getting our customers with us. We love to get the city out on the roads to run. See, running is easy, right? Running, just wear your shoes, warm up and start. You don't need anything
We're all born
else.
able to do it.
Yeah.
So, somewhere you have to make up your mind. Like we keep saying, this is a participative sport.
Yeah,
You race only against yourself, not against others. So So that's what we want to do.
How
and that's
true,
I
how
encourage.
true.
Yeah.
Making up your mind is the key factor there. On that note, thank you so much for joining us here, Sunil. I hear that you have to be at the Majra Run, the start line of the Majra Run. So I'm going to wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And I'm so glad that you could make it to, of course, our studio. Well, with that, before we head into a break, let me show you a quiz question, because you still have a chance to participate and win. This is Scan and Win. These are questions. First, the TCS World 10K Bengaluru is held during which month of the year? Is it Feb, March, April, or May? The second question is, what is the ethos of the TCS World 10K Bengaluru? Is it Forever Bengaluru? Is it Always Bengaluru? Is it Together Bengaluru or Run Bengaluru in 2026? And the third question is, on which date is the 2026 edition to be held? Is it April the 12th, April the 26th, May 10th, May 24th? If you're wide and awake, which you are, I'm hoping, and tuned into the broadcast, I'm guessing you know the answers to all three questions. So we'll take a short break here. You stay tuned, plenty more coming on the other side.
Yeah. Now I'm Bengaluru with a grind, no sleep. India was deep, now the whole world peep. 10K on the clock, lace tight, no breaks. City on fire, every move we make. Forever for good, forever we pace. Forever her race, this our space. 18 strong, still setting the tone. Running capital, yeah, this our throne. Hands up high, let the streets tell you, forever Bengaluru.
Watch the TCS World 10K Bengaluru live on the Sony Sports Network.
पहली शादी मेरी हुई थी, उसमें मैं डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की शिकार रह चुकी हूँ। उसके बाद इनके घर वालों से रिश्ता आया।
जिंदगी थम गई थी, इसके आने से चालू हो गई।
आंखों में सपने हैं, क्योंकि तुम हो ना।
दिल में ये एहसास है, क्योंकि तुम हो ना।
इस मंगलवार से रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर वॉच इंडियन सुपर लीग इंटर काशी FC वर्सेस नॉर्थ ईस्ट यूनाइटेड FC लाइव ऑन सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क।
पिछले साल इंग्लैंड में कुछ ऐसा हुआ जो हम कभी नहीं भूल सकते। बात तो क्रिकेट की थी, पर मैटर पर्सनल हो गया। इस बार बॉल का रंग बदलेगा, जर्सी का नहीं, पर रंजिश वहां से शुरू होगी जहां हमने छोड़ी थी। ग्राउंड तुम्हारा, जीत हमारी। पार्ट 2 इंडिया वर्सेस इंग्लैंड, सिर्फ सोनी स्पोर्ट्स के टीवी चैनल्स पर।
It's a belter. Tanaka twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead.
First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's.
Longstaff, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final, Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch Indian Super League, Inter Kashi FC versus North East United FC. Live on Sony Sports Network. एक ऐसा गेम शो जहां घर की सुपरस्टार जीतेगी दुनिया का प्यार। हर एपिसोड में अनोखे चैलेंजेस।
मैं नजर यहाँ रखूँ या यहाँ?
नहीं, मैं आपकी नजर उतार देता हूँ।
और एंटरटेनमेंट फुल ऑन। तुम हो ना 28 अप्रैल मंगलवार से रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Welcome back. It has been a fantabulous morning. I have to tell you that, because we've witnessed the elite, but we've also witnessed a bit of fun, a bit of engagement, a bit of adrenaline. It is that kind of morning that puts a smile on your face if you're watching on your televisions, is because you get sheer joy out of how people are enjoying a certain sport. You want to pick those shoes and go for a run for yourself. And if this is your motivation, this is your start, so be it. Take on those shoes and participate in the next marathon if you can. But here, Tim Hutchings in the house. Hello and welcome back. back. Well, Tim, we of course had dignitaries in the studio, spoke a lot about the fact that, how running as a culture was introduced by the Tata Group, and how it's helped a few Indian athletes to sort of and have some podium finishes across various championships. And of course, Tata Group has contributed a lot. But just talking about how big corporate houses have been a factor in encouraging this sport in India, whether it's TCS or whether it's IDFC First Bank and all the corporates who are here, a part of the 10K. How important it is for the corporates and private sector to come together to put a sport of this magnitude.
Well, without them, this wouldn't be happening. This movement wouldn't be happening. Just like, most of the top Indian athletes are in the army or they're in the railways or something. So, without a partnership, every time these things have to be a partnership. People on their own, it's a lonely life. They cannot do it on their own. So it's absolutely critical that you get the financing and the spiritual support of these big organizations.
The spiritual support, and of course also the spirit that we're celebrating right now. We've got the Champions with Disability, which is underway, but we've got another running hero coming your way. And the man is incredible, because let me tell you, his every kilometer costs more than what you are putting in, because he's putting in that extra effort because of a certain disability. I would call it determination that has got him through the finish line. This is Dinesh. Check out his story.
Whenever I see him, there is a big smile in his face. He's coming from a very remote village in UP. So he moved here to Bangalore all by himself. For the past 12 years, he's living here. So main work he is doing is that he is providing training for persons with disabilities to join the workforce, how to attend interviews, how to build their resumes, as well as that he also trained the trainers. So he built the capacity of the trainers so that they can train more persons with disabilities. He shared the story of where his mother was taking a lot of effort to cross a main road to get water for daily course at their house, and he installed a pump, like hand pump, at his house from his starting salary. Now he has built 2 houses in his home locality. So how he has built that confidence and security to his families. Main thing is how positive he is. He always smiles, and he from the scratch how he built his life.
Well, just how inspiring it is. Give them a course, a crowd, a clock, and they'll show you what the human spirit truly stands for. That is Dinesh for you, and plenty out there in the Champions with Disability race. Well, with that, let's head to the start line again, because we've got another race that's underway. It's the Maja Run. Now, just as the name says, Maja in Hindi means fun. And you've got Prakash Padukone there. Oh, wow. Prakash Padukone, the former Indian badminton champion, also Deepika Padukone's dad. The man is here to participate in the Maja Run, it seems like, along with his wife. So that's good to see. We've seen so many celebrities actually participate in the Open 10K and, of course, the Maja Run over the course of time. And we've got Prakash Padukone here. We'll have another dignitary who will join us very soon. But we'll keep our eyes out for that. But for now, Maja Run is about to be underway. It's not a full 10K. Let me tell you, it's a few kilometers, just only about 3 to 4K. But what it is about is the fact that you participate. You wake up in the morning and be a part of this culture that Bengaluru has been able to inculcate in the youth, not just in the youth, but also as a city coming together to support the sport of running. We have some dignitaries out there to start at the start line for the Maja Run. We also have the governor there, as I can see. But plenty to look forward to. Remember, the 2 races, that is the Champions with Disability and the Senior Citizen Run, is already underway, and we've got Maja Run kicking off. That's 5 races that we have this morning. We had the international elite men and women. We also had the Indian elite men and women. And then we had the Open 10K, and now we've got the Champions with Disability, the Senior Citizens, and now the Maja Run, as the name suggests. It's all about having fun, but more importantly, it's all about inspiring a community and probably a generation. Well, in the studio, we now have a very special guest. But before we get to, we're just showing you glimpses of that from the start line. It is going to be a lot of fun to watch this particular race. We keep our eyes out on it. We keep showing you glimpses. But in studio now, we have with us Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, the MD and CEO of IDFC First Bank. You probably recognize the faces because the man has been a regular here in our studio, and he's coming from a run, as I can tell, as he always is. Hello and welcome.
5, 4, 3.
Lovely. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How was it? What was the vibe like?
Oh my God, this city is bristling. I was just thrilled. I mean, yeah, there you can see that. I mean, it is chock-a-block and the cheering of the crowds and just something.
Not too hot out there for you?
No, it's just a wonderful city.
Well, there's over 11,000 in this now. I mean, this is just a sea of humanity. I love these shots.
Sea of humanity meaning like 29,000 registrations. I mean, I heard that some 11 or 15,000 got filled up in 6 days. It's just insane.
Yeah.
But overall, just you've got 11,848 participants only in the Majaran. We just saw Prakash Padukone there in the Majaran along with his wife. It's so good to see him there. But and also so good to see that athletes of his magnitude, the former Indian badminton champion, to be there and to be a part of the crowd. It's such a leveler. The sport is such a leveler that everybody, because you're a part and a citizen of this particular city, you come together and participate as one family. But how different was this year from the previous editions?
Well, first of all, I somehow I felt there was a lot more attendance. Like it just felt like
36,800 and more.
So it's like 30-40%. You could see that energy out there. And what I really loved is the international runners who come there. You know, just the presence. You can see them the international. You know, by the turnout and the athletic. One look at them, you feel inspired. And there's so many of them.
Yeah, true.
But it's something like 35% of the people running today are visitors to the city. You know, I mean, you think of the hotel rooms they're filling, the spend. I mean, it's a nice sort of storm that's been created.
And I saw the Indian runners. You know, I mean, I met a gentleman from the Indian Army. So Havaldar. He's beat the 42-year-old record of 2 hours, some 15 minutes or something. I thought it was stunning.
2 hours 12.
Yeah, it is really something. I mean, for Indian runners to get this league, to almost touch the league of international runners, that's something.
We saw that, a glimpse of that with Harmanjot as well.
Yeah.
In the Indian men. He was a part of the international elite men and also ahead of the 4-time world champion.
Yeah, no, exactly. He had a 4-time world champion behind him. But what is lovely about it is it's so tangible. You can literally see them closing up each year, getting closer and closer to the international elite. You know, and it's coming. It's probably in single figures now.
It's very inspiring. And I could also see that the Indian Army has provided this ground for this to happen. The police support was so fantastic. The administration support. I somehow thought the ecosystem is coming together, and that is bringing it all alive.
That's very well put. When the ecosystem starts to come together, that means you know that a sport is on the rise.
So you see Boston, you see New York, you see what's happening. The ecosystem comes alive, and that's what I'm seeing in Bangalore. Someone told me it's the runner city of the country or something.
It is apparently the running city of the country.
Running city of the country.
Yeah.
No, I think Mumbai has to take note and be good as well.
Yeah.
Or Delhi. I think it's going to be a good fight.
Competition is healthy.
Yeah, for sure. But I was just telling Tim some context to the city. It used to be the garden city, then it became the city of pubs. Now it has become
City of pubs. Where did that come from?
Well, it has a bit of a culture of that, but moving on very quickly from that, it also is the tech hub of India. This and of course Hyderabad, but also now the running city. It says a lot about how people have embraced fitness. Embraced fitness, and we got a glimpse of that in Beyond the Boundary Line also. But here, what we're witnessing is the Maja Run, and as you can tell, these guys are having a lot of fun. Waving into the cameras and all set to take on the course. It is a shorter course that they're taking on. It's just about 3 or 4 kilometers. But you know what I love about the Maja Run is the kind of stands they take. Sometimes it is for women, sometimes it is for animal welfare, and so many stands.
Disability, the people with disabilities running is also very inspiring. I have learned one thing in life, to measure everybody to their capacity, right, in terms of the potential, and people with disability running to their potential. It's inspiring.
It is highly inspiring. In fact, we had Dinesh, who was also our running hero. But coming to another running hero, he is Vivek Babaya. He's an army veteran, uniform in the cupboard, but discipline in the running shoes. Here is his story.
I'm Tina Bopaya, and he is Vivek Bopaya, my husband. I met him when I was 18 and he was 19, and he just passed out to the NDA. He was a young man. And then he went off to NIFA after the Chinese operations to bring back the dead bodies there. So he was away for about 3 years. When he returned, we got married. We have 2 children here. We manage the house more or less by ourselves. I'm able to manage because he helps me tremendously with all the work. A lot of sports in the army, and he loves sports. He took part in everything. He was very fit till a few years back, diabetes hit him. And then neuropathy of the feet and COVID, all that set him back a lot. But he's got that drive for sports. But in some ways, I feel nervous for him when he goes out. But he says when he's running, there's no problem. It's more when he's walking that he's a little unsteady in his feet, but not for running. And I don't know why.
Well, that's the beauty of most runners. You actually do not know why, but you're doing it out of passion.
No, but I love the contradiction. He's okay when he's running, but walking, oh no, that's really tough.
Funny.
But what an incredible story there. An army officer, a 4G by training for sure, runner by habit, a gentleman by choice, and his wife, of course, a tremendous support. Well, he's served in the army for the longest time, and now the uniform is in the closet, but that discipline has not gone anywhere. And that's the reason why running is now a habit for the man. But here what we're witnessing is the Maja run. The colors come out here.
Oh, that's beautiful. What is that then?
Yeah, the festivities come out. What is that? Love, life, say no to... I missed what it's saying, but I love... Say no to suicide. Yeah, but I love that every fact about this Maja run is the fact that not just colors, but what you're trying to sort of set a message in society. I feel Maja run is actually about setting an example in the society just with the fact that you've come out in the morning and taken on to the run.
It's a double message from almost every run. You know, the main message is you're running, you're out there performing, you're celebrating life, but also a lot of them running with another cause in mind.
Yeah. The stance that you take is what your life is all about. And like Tim very rightly pointed out, there are 2 stances that the runners are taking here. One is running, and the second, the cause that you stand for. But let's take a look at another of our running heroes. Champions with Disability, Anita CS, a running hero who took onto the sport of running even when polio became a stoppage, a block. But that didn't take her down. That just took her to the start line, and now she finishes off in style. Well, from a small town in Karnataka to the world's biggest 10K, polio did rearrange her body, but it did not rearrange her mind. The mind became the solid factor for her to participate and cross that finish line. Anita CS runs today on her own terms and in her own time for her own reasons. And every step she takes widens the road for someone who's watching it at home. And this is why I keep saying about champions with disability runners, the champions with determination, the willpower, the mindset. You cannot even imagine what they've gone through and get to be able to put on a spirit like that on the streets. I mean, if you had any reason to not take up the sport, I believe now you should have none. And that's Anita CS setting an example for everyone in the society. She is a true inspiration, and when a disability doesn't stop you, it gives you the ability to also not just motivate yourself, but motivate an entire community, probably an entire generation that is with her. Well, with that, let's take a look at what Nicole is up to. Let's see if she's got some interesting stories from the Maja run.
Thank you, Ridhima. We've got a very special team here from Fortis. Well, all of you have transitioned from a time where taking a few steps was a difficulty to now being here at the TCS World 10K start line. How does it feel being here today, not as patients, but as athletes taking over the city, Bengaluru?
Oh, absolutely a great experience. I mean, I remember my struggling days where I was hardly able to stand. Now I'm standing here participating in TCS 10K run. I'm amazingly, excited to participate here.
It's amazing to have you guys here. Well, now, if you have to give out one message to everyone, see, you've been participating in this run today. You're going to take on the streets of Bengaluru. What is that one message you want to send out to everyone who's watching about the power of getting your movement back?
It's a great thing. One message I want to give is, if you have a problem, deal with it. Go to a proper doctor, and you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. Thank you.
Cheers to you guys. You guys are doing amazing. Thank you very much. Enjoy your run. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Ridhima.
Incredible, isn't it? But what we just saw was a group of people who've had their knee surgery done from Fortis, and they were representing Fortis. And very, very well put by the gentleman out there is that if there is an issue, take it very, very seriously and go to a right doctor, because health is above everything and anything. And these two gentlemen sitting on my left will definitely give me a nod on that.
Oh, well, I had operations galore when back in the day, you know.
Really?
Well, a couple of operations anyway, too many. Yeah, no, my mum's 95. She's got a new knee. It's her best knee. She should be a high jumper.
But
have you had operations? Not yet.
But I have to ask you, Tim, you know, injury is such an integral part of an athlete's journey, and it sort of sometimes becomes a blockage of what you wanted to achieve. But what was your cycle like? How did injuries stop you from doing something during your time? Or
yeah, but it's an occupational hazard, you know. I mean, whether you're an international athlete or just a steady runner, you get injured. You must have had niggles here and there.
Not niggles. I actually had a torn ligament. You know how you twist your leg sometimes?
Oh my God.
I had a surgery, a second surgery, when I'm running the marathon again.
That's wonderful.
So basically, you know, you come back.
Your body rebuilds. I mean, the body is a miraculous thing.
You know, you've got to go through it surgically, you do it, and you come back. So, but by the way, I saw that the winner, Rodri Quilzera, I got 2:27:31.
It was a new event record.
Wow. And Florence, 30:46, 45.
And that was her debut. That was her first, the winner of the women's international race.
Debut as the winner of the women's international race.
But also Sanjivani Jadhav, she got a hat-trick, sir.
Sanjivani Jadhav, oh, is that a hat-trick?
Yeah, that's a hat-trick.
Wow.
She did it in 2024, 2025.
38 minutes for that and 29 minutes for Harmanjot.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
it's incredible. But to be able to do it 3 times and to have a podium finish, I think that is the story of the morning. It is truly the story of the morning, because
that's really
and she was a lone warrior. She was running alone, absolutely alone. She had no competition left, right, and center, and she did it with so much grace. But
third time is like a hat trick, man. It's really crazy. So that's really, all I can say is that first of all of you did a great job. You're keeping it alive. So thank you very much on behalf of all of us. And I can say on behalf of all of IDFC First Bank, we are thrilled to be here, and there is such participation from our own staff. That's also thrilling. And it's a participatory sport. That's the best part about this, because everybody can participate. You know, when watching cricket, which is a great sport by itself, you got to watch and someone's playing. Here you can do it yourself. So it's something thrilling. So thanks very much. If I can take leave.
All right. But so we're not letting you go, because we want to show you another story, because you know the fact that you're from IDFC First Bank, the corporate sector, we've got a story of a running hero, Satya Prakashji, who spent his life around balanced streets, but now he's taken to the sport of running to balance life and work. Let's take a look at his story. Well, for 30 years, numbers became a core part of who he is. For the next 30 kilometers became a core part of who he is. You see, Satya Prakash closed one ledger and opened another. And this one, you can't really audit, because you can only run it. A reminder that retirement is where many of our greatest chapters begin. And Satya Prakashji is definitely a true example of that. He is retired, but he ain't done and dusted. In fact, if you truly ask me, it's just the new beginning. And we can also see him out there in the senior citizens run. We have our cameras following the man, our running hero, as we watch him, and he's actually doing a pretty incredible job. He is pretty much keeping in pace. And Satya Prakashji, of course, the fact that I'm sure he's had a community, and I hear that he's made a community along with the colleagues that he had. But Mr. Vaidyanathan, I want to ask you here, what are your friends like around the running community? Because you've taken on to the sport so strongly, I want to know, how's the community helping?
See, in the community, basically, everybody's the same. Okay, so everybody backslapping, and there is no hierarchy. We all forget corporate world. We are into our own, mind and zone and drill.
Yeah.
Do you have a philosophy that you could pass on to people? Because you flew here late last night, you got a very little sleep, you got up at 1 o'clock, you were running at 5 o'clock. I mean, where do you get this from? What's your driving philosophy?
Why are you doing this?
Good question.
No, you know what? It's first of all, it's not a good thing. Okay, I don't recommend people to sleep for 4 hours and run. It just happened, but I still had to do it. But because yesterday we announced the results, quarterly results, annual results for the year 26, and by the way, it all went well. And then we had analyst call that went on till about 7 o'clock or so, or 6:30. Then we had an event to attend, then a flight to take at 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And here I am in the morning. But you can do everything, and you can pack everything in a day.
Yeah, but what we're trying to drive at is the emotion behind it.
Yeah, I mean, we're full of energy, right? Make it happen. So it is like that. And this sport is like that, you don't mind flying at night just for the sport. It's like that.
Right.
And I think the city brings you energy, and I think the sport gives you energy. And, for us, at least it's senior roles, and we're running and, CEO of organizations, what we see and what we talk and how we behave, it has a multiplier effect on everybody. So, I just met the whole team right now. They're all in the marquee of IDFC. I mean, I can say this to all employees who are watching the program, if any of you are, it's so lifting. And I think this bank is going somewhere. For those who are going to watch this bank for the year after that, this is a special bank coming.
It indeed is. With that kind of energy and that kind of motivation and inspiring. We've got another interview with a very, very special dignitary in our IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. She is a name and a woman who's gold when it comes to Indian athletics. It's Anju Bobby George. Take a look.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
Alongside me is the legendary Anju Bobby George. Anju, you've achieved great things as an athlete. Now as a coach, how rewarding is it to see the athletes push past their limits and discover that extra gear?
Yeah, see, that's what I wanted to do in my life, because I did, during my career, I achieved everything what I was expecting other than an Olympic medal. So I wanted to give something back to my society, something back to my girls. So that's why I started Anju Bobby Sports Foundation. I am Senior Vice President of Athletic Federation of India too. So I'm a mentor, I'm not a coach. My husband is still coaching my athletes. But it's a proud moment that when athletes pushing back beyond their capacity for achieving something, that is what we Indians really needed.
It truly is, and you're mentoring them to greater heights. Thank you so much for chatting with us, Anju.
Thank you.
Anju Bobby George, of course, she is a former long jumper, and in the 2003 World Championship, she won a bronze for India. Wow. And also an incredible broadcaster, by the way. And her husband is coach now. But that's Anju Bobby George for you. Very quickly, let me show you the answers, because your cutoff time to answer the Scan and Win quiz is done. Now's the time to show you the answers, and after a while, we will show you your top 5 winners. So the answers to the questions of Scan and Win quiz are here. And it was rather simple. You just had to scan the QR code, send in the answers, and a WhatsApp bot would have been a place where you had to answer the questions. The questions were: the TCS World 10K Bengaluru is held in which month of the year? Well, it is very much the month that we are in right now. It's April. The second question was: what is the ethos of the Bengaluru TCS 10K? It is forever Bengaluru. We said it right on the top of our broadcast. It is everywhere here. And along with that, the third question is: on which date was it to be held? It is today. It is the 26th of April, 2026. If you've answered those 3 questions correctly, you stand a chance to win a 2-night stay at Windsor, as well as the official merchandise of the 10K. Mr. Vedinathan, have you had fun?
This is amazing.
That's amazing. Well, we've had an incredible time having you in the studio, like we always do. Anything that you want to say to all those people who are doing a 9-to-5 job and they must take on the sport of running?
Well, they must.
That's it.
They must. This is life. This will give you extra energy in life to keep you motivated all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does the rest of your week look like? Will you run several times this week? Will you be recovering till Wednesday or Thursday? What?
It's every day's action day. You
don't run every day, though?
No. I run three times a week. But other days I'm building muscle. You can see. So,
no, I didn't see anything then. No, let's show us again. Oh yeah. You know there's something.
You should have been in breaking carbs. We want to see the number of push-ups you can do after a day.
But that's a nice philosophy. You run more or less every other day.
But every other day, and but you know what? Our life is like this. You know, everything in moderation and everything in parallel. That's the point. So it's not they're not going to recover. I mean. You got to work. Tomorrow morning we have our media interviews for the results we announced yesterday. We got to take that, and that's part of life, and work is part of life. Today, technology is changing, bank is changing, bank is growing, and this also has to happen. Everything has to come together.
Beautiful. Well, if you're a runner, then running is life. We'll take a short break here, but thank you so much, Mr. Vaidyanathan, for being a part, of course, of our studio. But we'll take a short break here. You stay tuned. We've got a few more interviews on the other side, and not just that, we'll get you the highlights of what we witnessed this morning. So plenty coming on the other side.
Right.
Twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead.
First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's.
Longstaff, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch Indian Super League. Inter Kashi FC versus Northeast United FC. Live on Sony Sports Network.
एक ऐसा गेम शो जहां घर की सुपरस्टार जीतेगी दुनिया का प्यार। हर एपिसोड में अनोखे चैलेंजेस।
मैं नजर यहाँ रखूं या यहाँ?
नहीं, मैं आपकी नजर उतार देता हूँ।
और एंटरटेनमेंट फुल ऑन। तुम हो ना 28 अप्रैल मंगलवार से रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
UEFA Champions League semi-finals leg 1. Atletico de Madrid versus Arsenal. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. इस दिवाली
Right straight away.
का सबसे बड़ा ब्लॉकबस्टर थिएटर में नहीं, सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर होगा।
I'm ready to roll.
सुपरस्टार्स भिड़ेंगे।
Ready to blow.
धमाका तो होगा ही होगा। ये दिवाली होगी टीम इंडिया के नाम। दिवाली ब्लॉकबस्टर में देखिए न्यूजीलैंड वर्सेस इंडिया, सोनी स्पोर्ट्स नेटवर्क और सोनी लिव पर।
It's a belter. It's a belter. Tanaka twisting and turning and shooting and brilliant. Oh, that's a tiny finish. Oh, and he's fired Leeds United into the lead.
First goal in the tie, and it's Chelsea's.
Longstaff, brilliant goal.
The Emirates FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea versus Leeds United today, 7 p.m. Live on Sony Sports Network and Sony Live. Watch Indian Super League. Inter Kashi FC versus Northeast United FC. Live on Sony Sports Network.
एक ऐसा गेम शो जहां घर की सुपरस्टार जीतेगी दुनिया का प्यार। हर एपिसोड में अनोखे चैलेंजेस।
मैं नजर यहाँ रखूं या यहाँ?
नहीं, मैं आपकी नजर उतार देता हूँ।
और एंटरटेनमेंट फुल ऑन। तुम हो ना 28 अप्रैल मंगलवार से रात 9 बजे सोनी एंटरटेनमेंट टेलीविजन और सोनी लिव पर।
Welcome back. It's been an incredible morning here at the TCS World 10K, the 18th edition. It had dynamism, it had speed, it had agility, it had precision, but more importantly, it had participation. 36,825% of them women, 4,000 virtually. It had it all. And now in the studio, we've got the rock star. We've got the MD of ProCam. In his shades, it's Anil Singh. Hello and welcome. Good morning.
Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you both. You look like a picture, you know, this Bengaluru's rising sun kind of a thing. Fantastic. Good to have you both here.
We've got air conditioning in here. We're comfortable. It's easy for us.
Yeah, but we missed the vibe. So you have to tell us, what was it like this morning?
It's buzzing outside. It's not only buzzing, you know, you can feel the pulse. Everybody's so happy. The governor is there, Gehlot Saab, DK Sivakumar, who's the deputy CM and the home minister. It's fantastic to see them. Harris Saab is there. And, you know, it's fantastic. And to have 38,000 people to come out in Bengaluru when we started, I'm pretty shocked.
But what does it take to put an event like this together? How many agencies have to come together to create this stage?
You know, I don't want to sort of misquote, but in Mumbai, 19 agencies come together. Over here, I'm guessing it'll be the same amount, almost the same amount, because it's one of the greatest public-private partnership showcases in the country for sure.
But Anil, we talk about this, about how many agencies come together to put up this show every year. What I want to know is that how is 2026 different from 2025?
I think there's a way more pride within the Benga, within the, you know, with the Karnatakan. I think the city is truly, of course we're in the 18th year, but the city has truly adopted it. It's just wonderful to have such, you know, people coming up to you and saying, thank you, you know, I mean, it's just so good to see it grow and see where it's grown and see how it's grown. And, you know, I just bumped into Mr. Vaidyanathan, who's the chairman and managing director of IDFC First Bank, our, you know, exclusive associate sponsor. It's a 6 lakh crore bank, right? Mr. Vaidyanathan had a huge morning yesterday, did the ET Awards, flew into Bengaluru at about 12:30 at night. I coincidentally met him at the thing. But you know what it goes to show? If a man who runs a 6 lakh crore, who's, you know, takes a lot of doing to build such a, you know, one of the greatest stories of Indian industry, and I mean, especially in the banking world, to build such a phenomenal bank. And I'm not plugging them because they're my partners, but I'm plugging them because it's truly a magical story. But what truly stood out for me, when I saw him at 12, I said, what are you doing here at 12:30? You're running at 5 o'clock in the morning. And he's here. And here is the point I was trying to make to everybody. If Mr. Vaidyanathan can do it, everyone can do it. So please come out next time in bigger numbers. We want to see you all. And that goes all to the captains of industry too.
Ha! Wow, that is a magical story. But I have to show you another magical story. From
Please.
one magical story to another. Now, this lady is an icon when it comes to Maja Run. She wears 6 yards and it flows in the air as she takes on the streets of Bengaluru. It is Kaushalya, and she refuses to be identified from where she comes, but she wants to be known for where she's going. This is Kaushalya, an incredible story. I'm sure you'll have fun.
Kausalya from her younger days, she would like to dress up, putting bindi in different designs. From her younger days only, everybody will love her. When we go in the bus also, they will say, oh, see your design, your hairstyle, So from younger days only, she had that interest in her. After her delivery, she put on weight. To reduce her weight, she started walking. Initially, after coming from office, she used to go for walking. And slowly, she went into jogging.
She's a hero, more like a motivation or an inspiration, because I like the way she balances office, home, and her passion for writing.
Last year, she wore Jhansi Ki Rani to show that women's power. And this year, she is going to wear Women Warrior to show that women there will be rise and fall in women's life. Then also they will not give up.
So the only thing I would like to say is never stop running, and let Bangalore know that a mother's strength never has a finish line, but always has new beginnings.
Oh, what a lovely, lovely story. And Kaushali, I remember, has been an icon of the Maja runners because just the fact that she has been a face that has been quite a regular when it comes to Bengaluru, especially the Maja run. Yeah. But participation.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's awesome. You've 36,800 upwards and counting, 25% of them being women.
We want more. We need more women.
But I'm saying,
we need in this studio 2 women and 1 man. How about that?
How about that?
Are you suggesting I'm gonna? I'm done.
I don't think you can.
But we've got the numbers here. Anil, let's take a look at the numbers that break up. World 10K 98, Open 10K 18,500.
The World 10K is the elite athletes.
Elite athletes, true that. And you've got the Open 10K, you've got 18,559. Maja run 11,648. Senior citizens runs 1,559. Champions with disability 804. And virtual runners 4,153.
Look at that number totally.
Total of 36,821.
And you know, this is my point. And I'm going to complete that little bit on the Vaidyanath with that sort of. If you look at Sunil Deshpande of TCS.
Yeah.
He was there. He's been non-stop, runs TCS. And if you see his super boss, Chandrasekhar, and the chairman of Tatas, I mean, to run the Tata group is not a
joke. Yeah.
And then to have him always be there, always run. He's run New York, he's run, I think, Sydney, he's run London, of course, Mumbai. And you're talking about a full marathon?
I know. Well, you know what they say.
mean,
if you want a job done, find a busy man. That's what they say. That's what they say.
Absolutely. So, you know, my hats off to these absolute giants of industry, and to set an example by doing it themselves. So really, my hats off to all of them.
Anil, you've reeled off several races there. What about the Program Slam? Tell us about that. How is that growing? It seems it's growing massively.
It's growing in leaps and bounds. And people are not doing it once now. Now they're doing it twice and thrice and 4 times. And it's really the 4 races. You have to run the feature races. So we can, let's say we start from Bengaluru. It's TCS World 10K Bengaluru. Then you go on to the Vedanta Delhi. The TCS World 10K is the world's premier 10K. Then you've got the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, which is the world's premier half marathon. Then you've got the Tata Steel Kolkata 25K, the world's premier 25K again. And you've got the Tata Mumbai Marathon, which they say is in the top 10 marathons of the world. But it's a number 2 bucket list event on people's race to race the Tata Mumbai Marathon. So whatever the yardsticks may be, we are right there for India to be. And now, a little secret to everybody, the World 15K will happen.
Oh, wow.
Sooner than later is all I can give out right now. A new race.
Is this an announcement?
No, it's not an announcement. It's something I'm just sharing with you. God, have we got TV on?
Yes, you're live, I'm afraid.
No, nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening. Don't worry. Tell us more secrets.
No, but so, look, at the end of the day, there are 7 distances, as we all know, from 5 to 42. So leaving 30, which doesn't really add up for us, and leaving 5, we have 4 number 1s and 1 number top 10 in the world. So it's a great pride and it's an honor and a prestige and a privilege.
15K is a well-recognised distance too.
Very well
There's plenty of them in Europe.
And it's a lovely
USA.
one. Yeah, and it's a lovely one to really, between the 10 and 21. You know, it's not an easy one, if you know what. People who've done 21 will slowly harbour into 42. But I've got a 25 in Calcutta. So it's not, once you do a 25, you can, but we're looking forward to that
It's a nice stepping stone. You know, it's about 9 Old English miles. It's a nice distance. It's manageable.
But easily manageable, and a wonderful one for people to even get in and go one further than the 10K.
Yeah. But Anil, you know, I'm really amazed every time I'm a part of a race, especially with Procam. I'm a Program Slammer myself now, just from the broadcast. Just from the broadcast perspective. Just from the broadcast perspective. I'm a broadcast Procam Slammer. But having said that, right, I don't think we've not just touched the sport, and we've touched hearts of people who want to be a part of the sport, but we've also touched various aspects of society.
Of course.
Through this sport. We've championed society.
Absolutely.
When it comes to sustainability and when it comes to philanthropy, I feel philanthropy is no longer just like a checkbox, of touching corporate houses. It has become such an integral part. It has become the heart and soul of the races here.
What is fascinating, and I think I've got a place booked in heaven.
Oh, wow.
There's a nice...
Hang on a minute.
I'm going there, I promise you. Because, you know, it's such a wonderful... how do I put it? It's such a wonderful...
It's a very giving thing. It's a giving thing.
You know, it's 800 crores is what we've done.
There you go.
Wow.
Look at this.
800 crores. Well, not here. I'm talking about all across the country.
Right,
sure.
right.
And, you know, but, you know, that's not the magical thing. To me, I don't take pride in that. I mean, I take a lot of pride in that, don't get me wrong. But what really gets my hair to stand is, you know, the cost of charity used to be close to 30%, 40% in good old days. You raise money, you had to do a fashion show, you had to do a Sangeet night, you had to host a dinner to raise that money. Today, the cost of charity is 3%. So, when you talk about 800 crores, for the only cost of charity is 3%, and that's what we've taught India to do. So now the cost of charity in India, people have... Now, I think when you talk about tens and thousands of crores of charity, if you can knock off 30% of that and give it back to the people that need it, it's a bigger service than anything else in the world.
Absolutely.
So which is why I'm saying I'm going to go to heaven. I've got a place for her for sure. Not you, my friend.
Hang on a minute.
I can do my best. I can raise 5,000 crores. Difficult to get you into heaven.
How much do you need? How much do you need?
Good to know I've got a place in heaven. Well, with that, we have another dignitary joining us here in our IDFC First Bank Studio First interview. Let's go find out.
Studio First brought to you by IDFC First Bank.
I am accompanied by Usha Baliga. Usha, you raised 17 lakhs last year and nearly 38 lakhs this year. What is it about this race that inspires such generosity?
Let me begin with, TCS World 10K is one of the flagship event of ProCam, and this being the 18th year. There's a recognition for this, and many people know about this. Not only the runner, but even the other non-runner communities too. So when ProCam started this running for a cause, this was such a wonderful thing to think of, So, and they gave a platform for the NGOs to register. These NGOs, they have been scrutinized properly, and then they allow them to register. So we as a fundraiser, we get to, we get that confidence that we can go and, fundraise for the causes. So what the donors see is that you are the ambassador for the causes, right? So how passionate you are towards the cause, and how much value you give to the causes. This is what they see in you. So, and then they decide to support you by contributing to the causes. Now, year after year, when you do this, you build a trust, and you build a bond. You establish a bond, which becomes a magical thing, right? So this year my target was 20 lakhs, but I don't know, I'm really stoked to get the love and support from the donors. And, I'm truly humbled, and my heart is filled with gratitude. Thank you.
And we want to show our gratitude towards you. You are doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oshaji is there, of course, adding to what Anil Singh was here mentioning about philanthropy being such a huge part. But after philanthropy, there is one bucket that I would truly want to touch upon, because it's really close to my heart. We have about 37,000 participants. That leaves a footprint. But you've got zero waste targets. You have reusable cups. We cannot pretend to be invisible, but the fact is that, as a race, we are responsible.
We are zero to landfill.
Yeah.
So, that's an absolute truth. And look, you have to. It's no point doing such wonderful things and then, mocking sustainability. You can't do that. You have to be able to make sure you tick all boxes, if not completely, to the best of our ability. We want to do our best. That's all we can do. So, and so it's something that we've done so many projects in Bengaluru. We had the Cubbon Park thing, the Cubbon Park water, the Cubbon Park water fountain. There goes. Top of water's returned to Cubbon Park. We had we had a lovely forest that we actually sort of rejuvenated, if I may put it that way, to see the birds come back and flock again, you know. So there have been so many various different initiatives, and we do that all over. You know, one of the greatest projects we do is in Maharashtra, is when we do the farmers, for the farmers, when we do the tree planting. It's not about just tree thing. We make sure that they now earn livelihood from the trees. So that, you know, that is why it's so important, and that's now grown into acres and acres and acres. So there's a lot that we do on that, but hey, it's everybody who does it and comes together to make it all happen.
You know, I was just taking a look at all those pillars. Shoes are being donated. You've got meals that are being given.
Yeah, oh
You're
my God,
reusing plastic.
Millions of meals.
I have to say, you're creative in the way you're giving back.
Well, this is all towards his place in heaven.
No, but it is creative, and but you know, it's a team. It's the team. It's our partners who are so passionate. We've got some wonderful partners. I mean, TCS is one of the greatest sponsors of running today in the world.
Oh, they are.
Right. You know, you've got London, you've got New York, you've got Sydney, you've got Mumbai, you've got Bangalore. Mumbai is the joint title sponsor with Tata Sons. Yeah. So and to have TCS with us here in their hometown, in their backyard, you know, in Calcutta to have Tata Steel, in Mumbai to have Tata Sons, in Delhi to have Vedanta. So it's magical. And, you know, and that's the privilege that we have, to have such phenomenal global brands partner us to be able to, to support us, because none of this is possible without them and the government.
Yeah,
and we have to recognize that.
But at the core of it, you have the core of racing. You've got the elite men, the sport, the elite men, the elite women from across the world and India participating. What was the highlight this morning? Kicked off at as early as 5:30 a.m. And these are the highlights of what we witnessed this morning.
We broke the course record, didn't we?
We had a course record.
We had a course record,
in the men's race.
In the men's race,
The men got underway incredibly early this morning, but if it's not an Ethiopian, it's not a Kenyan, it's not a Tanzanian, it's not an Eritrean, guess what happens? A Burundian pops up, a 26-year-old Rodrigue Quizera. He took his time this morning. They set off at a really quick pace. It settled down mid-race, the uphill section through 5K. Second half of the race got quicker and quicker and quicker. And then Quizera, there he is, hits the front at around 7.5, 8K, and he wound it up. He galloped. He was truly galloping through the last couple of kilometres, stormed to a big wind, the 26-year-old Burundian, in a new event record, 27:31, smashing the event record that was set in 2022 by 7 seconds. And the Indians producing some fabulous performances as well. Harmanjot Singh setting a great run here, setting a great time. He was right up alongside the best of the world-class athletes, and without any doubt the gap between the top Indians and the world-class international field is closing every year. Look at this. This was really a solo run, mind you, out on his own. That's the toughest way to do it, but he kept working hard. He came up, and there he is, passing a 4-time world champion in Edris of Ethiopia in his closing meters. He had bodies to chase. That always helps, but that was a brilliant run.
That's fantastic.
We had a solo run both in men and women in the Indian category. You had Sanjivani Jadhav, who had a hat-trick, by the way.
Yes, of course, that's true, yes.
In 2024, 2025, here we are in 2026.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it has happened here very much here in pro-cam races. She's also won the 2026 marathon in Mumbai. She's just won that. She debuted in it. She came first there. And then, of course, that was Sanjivani Jadhav. But what you witnessed in the men's, what was it like for you?
You know, it's so, you know, it's to see the Indians just get so much better. And, you know, we are going into the elite. Just talk about amateur runners. Look at the timing amateur runners are putting out today. In every distance, it almost is mind-boggling.
But you know what's nice is that I was saying earlier that how 10 or 15 years ago when I was coming to these races, Mumbai or Delhi, there
You've
were
been 20 years now.
21 years in Mumbai.
Yes.
There were 1 or 2 Indians. Now there's 4, 5, 6, 7 becoming international class. You know, give it another 5 or 6 years, there'll be 20 of them.
Yes.
And it'll grow. I mean, it's organic, and you've got to find that. You've got to have a system that collects the talent together. And I still don't think in India you've scratched the surface of the talent available.
Absolutely. But I was, you know, you're right, and you're so right. But I'm talking about the amateur level. Just see what they've done. And, look at the brands that are partnering us. We've got such brilliant brands, ASICs and Red Bulls and Amarons. And, and it's just wonderful that how they find their own niche in that conversation. Bisleri. I mean, you don't get these are great brands of the world, not only India. So we're so privileged to have this entire ecosystem that now is a part of us, So delighted is all I can say, and so actually humbled. When you see and you've got this wonderful multitude of this world really sort of cheering you on and saying thank you, and and you say, hey, I'm privileged. Thank you.
You got a place booked in heaven.
That's
where you know that you got a place booked in heaven. Okay, well, very quickly. Let me show you the prize distribution ceremony of the international as well as the Indian elite men. The races, we just saw the highlights from the race. But this is what we witness in the international men. You've got Quezera with 27:31 getting the gold there. Then you've got Kibet, of course, the man in action, the man who just returned from Spain. We had our eyes on him, was the one who we were looking at that he would have a podium finish, and he did. You had Habert Kibet with 27:39, and on the third position we have Gilbert, who had 27:43, and they get the respective medals now, and also an incredible prize money. There's a reason why the 10K here at the TCS 10K World 10K Bengaluru is the richest league, because the prize money that we're looking at is in a total between men and women of 210K USD.
Well, what underlines the quality of that one run from Quezera is Habert Kibet is the world #1 at 10K this year from Uganda, and he was beaten today. So Quezera's run was out of this world.
And now we're witnessing the Indian men. And you have Harmanjot, who won by a solid margin. For a long time, you couldn't see who was coming second and third. But then, of course, on the second position,
Shailesh Kurwaha.
Shailesh, we have Shailesh as, and of course, on the third, we've got Deepak Bhatt. But Harmanjot, what an incredible run from the man in 2026. He's really stood out. He's coming from an Asian Championship where he won the silver. Harmanjot Singh, 29:13. Shailesh Kushwaha, 29:21. And Deepak Bhatt, 29:52. The top 10 are very much in the prize pool. Harmanjot Singh takes back 3 lakhs. And then, of course, we have another 2,50,000 and 150 to be given away to the second and the third position, where the first 10 are very much in the prize pool of 10,85,000. Well, incredible prize pool, big prize money, and the course record gets a bonus. So we have that one course record that has been broken here.
$26,000 for first place, and another few $1,000s on top of that for a course record. I'd swap shoes.
But I don't want you guys to forget one feat that just took place recently. Sawan Bharwal, he broke the national record, which is being held for 48 years.
Yeah.
And he broke it in Rotterdam. He had a little bit of a mishap towards the end. I'm not sure of the exact story, but because it suddenly became so cold, and he suddenly couldn't handle that acclimatization of that. But to have his first full marathon run.
Yeah.
To have him break the world record, to break the national record after 48 years, this is what you see is happening so often. So hats off and a shout out to Sawan Bharwal.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Incredible. Now, these are the kind of names that are really taking India's participation in the sport of distance running, just how they're breaking records, they're shattering records. And another thing that I want to bring to your notice is the fact that all of you participated in the Scan and Win contest. And here we have the winners, the top 5. The Scan and Win, the 3 questions that I asked this morning, and here are the winners. These are all the winners. You've got Sagar from Bengaluru. You also have everyone from all across India that has participated and won. So huge congratulations to each one of you. And of course, you win a 2-night stay at Windsor. Hospitality is fantabulous. We've shown you what it's like. But apart from that, you also win the official gear, the merchandise from the TCS World 10K here in Bengaluru.
In courtesy of ASICs.
In courtesy of ASICs, yes.
Now, Anil, one question I need to ask you. You've already let us know that there's a 15K race coming. Is there a template you can just drop in on that, especially with the philanthropy and so on? Or is it something that takes a fresh look and a new load of work?
There are reasons why it takes fresh look. The city is different. You have to get the people to acclimatize with you, I mean the government itself. But it's usually much easier than it ever was. And you've got new partners sometimes. So it's their kind of conversations and their kind of vision that we also try and map so we can help them achieve it. And I think the city gets to get truly involved and take ownership, because the city must take ownership.
Absolutely.
And, you know, Calcutta is 10 years. Today, you can see it's taken ownership.
Yeah.
So, that's the magic of it. Of course, Bengaluru has done phenomenally. Delhi is a great story. Mumbai is beyond iconic. So, yes and no, but there's always this thing, and that's expected, and it should be. You don't want anything to be just a copy. You want things to be individual, new initiatives. Absolutely. You want it to be fun, and you want it to be challenging. You just don't want, there's no copy paste for anything in the world. And not when you're building great brands or great IPs. You know, these are things you have to give special love and care to.
Yeah.
What they say, TLC, tender loving care.
Yeah. But talking about challenging, I want to show you the highlights of how the international elite women ran the course, the 10K this morning, as well as the Indian women. It got a little challenging on the international side, and this is how it all panned out.
Yeah, they were the first race of the day to get underway very, very early this morning, and they set off very quickly too. Remember, the first 2 or 3 kilometres here include some downhill. Then there's an uphill at around 5K. And then in the latter stages, the pre-race favourite, Blanca Vlašić, had been pushing through much of the race. But it was a new name, a 25-year-old Rwandan, who was making a debut, who took the title, Florence Niyonkuru. Brilliant run from her. Just 25 years old, a name to remember. She'd run a great half marathon a month ago in Berlin. Well, today at half the distance, she was a winner in spectacular style. Her time, 30:45. And the Indian women, well, it's one of the runaway winner of the day, Sanjivani Jadhav.
Yeah, Sanjivani Jadhav, she was out here gunning for a hat-trick, and she clinches the 3rd title at the TCS World 10K in absolute style. The Lone Warrior is what we've been calling her for the longest time since the morning, because there was no competition for the lady.
No, I know, and this is the hardest way to do it, especially with the temperature climbing all the time. But yeah, out on her own, a class apart. I mean, there's the gap. She ended up winning by how much was it? To 30 seconds, her winning margin at the finish line. Absolutely brilliant. And she gave everything.
And she does it with a smile on her face. She doesn't look as spent as the other athletes, because she's acclimatized to the weather rather well, Tim.
And, you know, we talked about on the shoulders of giants. There were great Indian athletes 10 years ago. She is a great athlete, and there will be faster ones in a few years' time. Florence Niyonkuru confirmed as the winner for Rwanda. 30:45. Anything down towards 30 minutes is super quick in these conditions. Brenda Jepchirchir, 14 seconds back, and those are the only 2 under 31 minutes today. Chaltudina Deriba of Ethiopia in 3rd.
And here are the Indian elite women results. You have Sanjivani Jadhav, 35:01. Sonia finished 2nd in 35:31. Bhagirathi on the 3rd position, 35:32. And of course, followed by Ravina, Jyoti and Sonam. One thing that is taken care of in these races is gender pay parity. So they get the same amount as that of men. So the first position gets 3 lakhs. Then you've got Sonia and followed by Bhagirathi. So not just sustainability, not just philanthropy, but the fact that, you know, there is equal pay. That's a huge statement.
Say that again, sorry.
The fact that the genders have equal pay. That's a huge statement. Of
course.
Yes.
Of course. Absolutely. And why not?
And this is very special, is because the governor
he's one, Mr. Gehlot, His Excellency Mr. Gehlot, he's a wonderful man. He actually told me today, you know, where have you been? I missed you. I said, I missed you too, sir. So he's a fantastic man. Even Sivakumar, sir, who's here, I mean, these have been the pillars of our race, and they've really made sure that we've really grown in their own cities.
Well, that is the blossoming of a new name, Florence Niyonkuru, winning today.
Look at him climbing up and doing it. That's what I love about his spirit.
Oh, no, isn't that nice?
Isn't that lovely?
Getting involved.
That's our governor.
But that is the biggest win of Niyonkuru's life, and she will be back next year, I'm sure, to defend this title. But I think that's the start of her very special career here, with a massive win in Bengaluru.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning earlier in the day, Tim, that you've got the Commonwealth Games right around the corner. What does that win, this particular win for Florence, do for her participation on the biggest stage?
Well, the World Road Running Championships is in Copenhagen in September. She will want to run in that. She can certainly make the top 10. She can certainly make the top 10 there. All these athletes have got various objectives. The Asian Games is coming up in Japan. There's the Commonwealth Games in Scotland.
Also, just what you were mentioning, Anil, you've got Shri D.K. Shivakumar, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, who's there as well to felicitate
he's been a pillar of support since the very outset of this race in Bengaluru. So literally, it's been 18 years, and he's been one of the biggest, strongest pillars of support. I mean, we really are grateful to him. Thank you.
Yeah, and it's good to see that people in position of power are coming here to support early in the morning.
Isn't that beautiful?
That is,
and it's not just them. You've got, if you go outside and you see there's so many ministers and so many MLAs and so many dignitaries, it's just wonderful because when people see them take ownership. Finally everything is about taking ownership. You've got to believe it's yours. If it's not going to be yours, then,
But it's what I love is the teamwork from the dignitaries like that who have given it their support down to the volunteers, the hundreds of volunteers.
Thousands.
Without them, no event.
Absolutely.
But also, just the fact that, touching upon the fact that you're saying that take ownership, Tim, there's enough media coverage on a race like this.
Oh, yeah.
And when you see dignitaries being associated with a brand like that, you become equally responsible for everything that's going down, right?
Very well said,
so that is taking ownership, where you've got the deputy CM, you've got the governor coming in. They're taking ownership as a state that, this is a product that the state is producing to the world. So that's incredible to see. But yes, we're going to witness our Indian women getting felicitated also very soon. But here are the international women. We were talking about the Commonwealth Games and Florence and her journey to that.
Well, I don't know what her objectives are this summer. Athletes, the calendars are so busy these days. There's the World Championships, the Olympics, the European Championships, the Commonwealth Games, the World Road Running Championships. There's the Diamond League. There's track racing coming up all through the Northern Hemisphere summer. Beginning in May, right the way through September, there's a massive series of track meetings. So athletes have to pick and choose very carefully. What are the right steps on their career?
Yeah. Mr. Vedinathan was here right before you stepped into the studio and he was mentioning, we spoke about the fact that we only scratched the surface when it comes to in terms of talent that we are producing. We have a long way to go. But he emphasized a very interesting point. He said the ecosystem is falling in place.
Yes.
The ecosystem has come together.
Coming together, and it's come together, but it's growing. It takes time for the ecosystem that comes together to cement. And that's when you cement, things move faster. But Vaidyanathan is one of the greatest partners we've had to the story. And since IDFC first coming on as a partner, as an exclusive associate sponsor of all our events, and it stems from one man. He did run the 10K in the morning.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And he did it in. I'm embarrassed to say this. He slept he went to sleep at 2:30. He tells me himself, and he did it in 65 or...
We can get you a bib number for next year.
I like to make people run.
Yeah. Yeah. But Tim, this is where I want your inputs because we're open to sort of change. You've been here for 20 plus years. You've participated and played the sport at the highest level. What is that one change you like to see between 2026 to 2027?
2027. I don't think there needs to be any massive change, just the continuation of the steady growth and progress. Distance running, road running in India is in really good hands. Procam doing a wonderful job with these 4 races. The partners in all these various cities. A 5th city coming up. So don't change anything. Just keep this steady progression upwards.
Just like the sport of running. But gentlemen, thank you so much for being here in the studio. It has been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having me. And really, and I mean this. And thank you both for being here. And my dear friend Tim, 21 years we love him.
Yes, indeed. And 36.
I didn't want to say anything else because the truth is we love him.
Indeed.
And it's such a privilege and a pleasure to have such great professionals be here.
Chance for a place in heaven.
But guess what? 36,800 participants. We have so many corporate houses coming together. Philanthropy being such a huge part. Sustainability being such a huge part. All I want to say is the TCS World 10K is yours, Bengaluru. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in 2027.
Yeah.
पहली शादी मेरी हुई थी, उसमें मैं डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस की शिकार रह चुकी हूँ। उसके बाद इनके घर